Good evening, and welcome back to Bedtime and History. Tonight we are beginning a long journey across the islands of Japan, an archipelago of mountains, forests, rivers, and seas, where human history stretches across tens of thousands of years. Japan today is a modern nation of immense cultural influence, known for its technology, its arts, its traditions, and its resilience. But like every civilization, it began in the earliest stages of human settlement, with small groups of people creating a way of life from the resources around them. Our task in this series is to walk carefully, century by century, through the entire story of Japan, from these first societies to the complexities of its modern age. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you are listening, let me know in the comments where you are in the world, and what time it is as you join us tonight. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first human presence in the Japanese islands can be traced back to the Paleolithic era, at least 35,000 years ago. Stone tools, obsidian blades, and the remains of temporary shelters show that groups of hunter-gatherers crossed into the archipelago during the Ice Age, when sea levels were lower and the islands were more closely connected to the Asian mainland. For tens of thousands of years, these early peoples lived by hunting large animals, fishing and foraging, leaving behind scattered archaeological evidence. The period we know as the Jomon Era begins around 14,000 BCE. This age is named for its pottery, decorated with cord mark impressions, pressed into wet clay before firing. These vessels are among the oldest known ceramics in the world. The Jomon period extends until about 300 BCE, enduring for over 10,000 years. And in that long span, it produced a stable and creative culture unique to Japan. The Jomon lived primarily as hunter-gatherers, but their societies displayed considerable sophistication. They constructed pit dwellings dug into the earth, roofed with wood and thatch, grouped into villages often located near rivers, coasts, or forests. Excavations reveal storage pits, hearths, and communal spaces, indicating organized and relatively permanent settlements. Food sources were varied and abundant: fish, shellfish, and sea mammals from the coasts, deer, boar, and smaller animals from the forests, and nuts, fruits, and roots from the land. Acorns, chestnuts, and walnuts were especially important, stored in pits and processed with grinding stones. Large shell middens, heaps of discarded shells, mixed with animal bones and tools, demonstrate long-term habitation of coastal areas. Inland, artifacts of nut-cracking stones and charred seeds confirm reliance on plant foods. Some evidence suggests small-scale cultivation of millet and gourds, though the majority of food came from foraging and fishing. Trade routes carried jade, obsidian, and other rare materials across long distances, linking communities from Hokkaido to Kyushu. This circulation of materials indicates interaction, shared knowledge, and cultural connections across the islands. The artistry of the Jomon culture is visible in its pottery. Early vessels were simple, used for boiling and storage. By the Middle Jomon period, around 2500 BCE, pottery became increasingly ornate. Rims extended outward in elaborate sculptural patterns, and surfaces bore complex designs. Many pots were functional, but others appear ceremonial, made with care that exceeded practical use. The aesthetic quality of Jomon pottery is notable among prehistoric cultures worldwide. Another distinct feature of Jomon material culture is the production of dogu figurines. These small clay statues often emphasize exaggerated features such as large eyes, wide hips, or abstract body forms. Many dogu have been discovered broken deliberately, likely as part of ritual practices. The prevailing interpretation is that they were associated with fertility, healing, or spiritual protection. The deliberate breaking of these objects may have symbolized the release of illness or misfortune. Settlements sometimes grew to considerable size, with dozens of dwellings arranged in circular or linear patterns around open plazas. The scale of these sites suggests communal organization and shared decision-making, Archaeologists find little evidence for sharp social hierarchies. Burials usually show modest differences, with some individuals interred with ornaments, but without monumental tombs or large displays of wealth. Leadership may have been situational, based on age, ritual knowledge, or hunting ability, rather than institutionalized power. Ritual life appears central to Jomon communities. Stone circles have been discovered at several sites, carefully arranged in patterns. These were likely locations of seasonal ceremonies, communal gatherings, or ancestor veneration. Burial practices were diverse. Some individuals were laid to rest in shell mounds, others in stone coffins, and many graves contained red ochre, ornaments, or tools. The attention given to these burials demonstrates respect for the dead and belief in continuity beyond life. The Jomon period is divided into phases: incipient, initial, early, middle, late, and final. Each is characterized by changes in pottery styles, settlement patterns, and environmental conditions. The middle Jomon period represents the height of cultural complexity, with large villages, elaborate pottery, and numerous ritual artifacts. In later phases, as climates cooled, settlements became smaller and pottery styles simpler, reflecting adjustments to environmental pressures. Despite these changes, cultural traditions remained consistent across millennia. Environmental conditions shaped Jomon life. Rising sea levels after the Ice Age reduced land connections and altered coastlines. Warmer climates expanded forests rich in nut-bearing trees, sustaining human communities for centuries. Later, cooling phases required adaptations in subsistence and settlement. These environmental fluctuations, while challenging, did not lead to collapse. Instead, the Jomon demonstrated flexibility and resilience, maintaining cultural continuity throughout. By around 900 BCE, contact with the Asian mainland introduced new technologies. Bronze and iron objects appeared, and wet rice agriculture gradually spread from the Korean peninsula. These innovations coexisted with Jomon traditions for several centuries, creating a transitional period. By about 300 BCE, the Yayoi culture had established itself, defined by agriculture, metallurgy, and greater social hierarchy. The shift from Jomon to Yayoi marks one of the most significant transformations in Japanese history. Nevertheless, the Jomon heritage did not disappear. Genetic studies reveal that modern Japanese populations, particularly in northern regions, retain substantial ancestry from Jomon peoples. Cultural echoes may also persist in later traditions. The Shinto reverence for natural spirits, sacred groves, and ritual objects reflects an enduring connection between human communities and the natural world, an outlook that may trace back to Jomon cosmology. The Jomon period lasted for more than 10,000 years. Few other cultures in human history achieved such longevity without dramatic shifts in social structure. The endurance of this way of life illustrates a balance between people and environment, sustained through ritual, knowledge, and community organization. The cord-marked pottery, the dogu figurines, the stone circles, and the shell mounds stand as testimony to a society that found stability not in conquest or expansion, but in adaptation and continuity. The history of Japan begins here. The people of the Jomon laid the first cultural foundation of the islands, establishing patterns of settlement, art, and ritual that would echo across the centuries. From their world of forests, rivers, and seas, the long story of Japan unfolds. Rise of Yayoi culture. The transition from the Jomon period to the Yayoi period marks one of the most profound changes in the entire history of Japan. Where the Jomon era was defined by hunting, fishing, gathering, and long continuity of ritual and art, the Yayoi period, lasting from around 300 BCE to 300 CE, introduced agriculture, metal technology, and the beginnings of social hierarchy. This shift was not sudden. For centuries, Jomon traditions coexisted with innovations arriving from the Asian mainland. Yet gradually, rice paddies replaced shell mounds as symbols of survival, and fortified villages replaced scattered hamlets. The Yayoi period takes its name from a district in Tokyo, where, in the late 19th century, archaeologists first uncovered distinctive pottery different from the elaborate vessels of the Jomon. Yayoi pottery is plainer, more symmetrical, and more practical in design. This stylistic difference reflects deeper cultural changes, for the Yayoi era is associated with the spread of wet rice agriculture, metalworking, and the establishment of more complex communities. The origins of these changes lie across the sea. By the first millennium BCE, populations in Korea and China had developed advanced agricultural systems, particularly the cultivation of rice in irrigated paddies. Migrants and traders brought these techniques across the narrow straits, separating the Korean peninsula from Kyushu. Archaeological evidence shows that the earliest Yayoi rice fields appeared in northern Kyushu around the 9th century BCE. Over the next centuries, the practice spread eastward and northward, eventually transforming the Japanese archipelago. Rice cultivation altered the rhythm of life. Unlike the flexible subsistence strategies of the Jomon, rice required stable fields, seasonal labor, irrigation systems, and communal cooperation. Villages became more permanent, clustered around paddies, and connected by networks of canals. The introduction of iron tools increased agricultural efficiency, while bronze was employed for ritual items such as bells and weapons. Grain surpluses allowed populations to grow, supporting larger settlements and enabling the rise of specialized classes of farmers, artisans, and leaders. The Yayoi people constructed raised floor granaries to protect rice harvests from pests and dampness. Archaeologists have found large storage pits and tools for planting, harvesting, and processing grain. These remains confirm the centrality of agriculture to daily life. Diets still included fish, game, and wild plants, but rice became the staple food, shaping not only subsistence, but also social organization. The growth of agriculture and population led to the development of social hierarchy. Burials from the Yayoi period display clear differences in wealth and status. Some graves contain bronze mirrors, iron swords, and finely crafted ornaments, while others hold only simple goods. This contrast indicates the emergence of elites who controlled land, resources, and ritual authority. Villages sometimes show evidence of fortifications, moats, embankments, and palisades, suggesting competition between communities and the need for defense. Warfare, almost invisible in the Jomon record, becomes a feature of the Yayoi landscape. Bronze and iron technology played symbolic as well as practical roles. Bronze mirrors and bells, often imported from China or Korea, were highly valued prestige items. Large bronze bells, known as dotaku, have been found across western Japan, sometimes buried in groups. Their exact use remains debated, but they were likely employed in agricultural rituals to ensure good harvests, or in ceremonies reinforcing the authority of local leaders. Iron tools, by contrast, were indispensable for daily tasks such as farming, carpentry, and weapons making. Together, these metals signaled a society more closely tied to both ritual display and practical innovation. Contact with the Asian continent deepened during the Yayoi era. Chinese historical texts, such as the records of the Three Kingdoms, mention the existence of numerous small states in the Japanese islands. These accounts describe a land of over 100 communities, often at war, sending tribute missions to the Chinese courts. The most famous of these references speaks of the kingdom of Yamato, ruled by Queen Himiko in the 3rd century CE. Though her precise location remains debated, Himiko's appearance in Chinese records confirms that Yayoi Japan had developed recognizable political entities, led by rulers with influence over large populations. The Yayoi period also brought significant demographic change. Studies of skeletal remains show differences between Jomon and Yayoi populations. Yayoi skeletons are taller, with different cranial features, suggesting that migration from the mainland contributed new genetic material to the Japanese islands. This does not mean the Jomon disappeared. Instead, the populations mixed over time, producing the blended ancestry that forms the basis of modern Japanese people. Cultural continuity and transformation existed side by side, Ancient traditions absorbed new technologies and practices, creating a hybrid society. The physical environment of Japan shaped the spread of these changes. In Kyushu and western Honshu, rice cultivation thrived in river valleys and plains. Further north, cooler climates slowed the adoption of farming, and Jomon traditions persisted longer. The Yayoi cultural zone gradually expanded, but regional diversity remained strong. Even within the Yayoi framework, communities varied in their scale, organization, and degree of continental influence. As the centuries passed, competition intensified. Villages grew larger and more fortified. Leaders gained prestige through control of metal objects, ritual items, and alliances. Warfare left its mark in skeletal injuries, burned settlements, and the construction of moats. Power concentrated into fewer, larger groups, paving the way for the emergence of chiefdoms and eventually states. The seeds of political centralization that would define the Yamato state were planted in these centuries of rivalry and negotiation. Despite the increasing complexity, daily life for most Yayoi people revolved around the agricultural cycle. Families labored in fields, maintained irrigation systems, and stored grain in communal granaries. Houses, often rectangular and built on raised floors, were organized into villages with clear layouts. Pottery, while simpler than Jomon ceramics, was practical and efficient, suited to the needs of cooking, storage, and trade. Clothing shifted towards textiles woven from plant fibers, and tools expanded in variety with the introduction of metal. The Yayoi period lasted for roughly 6 centuries. Its legacy is immense. Agriculture created the economic foundation of Japanese society, sustaining population growth and enabling the rise of complex political structures. Metal technology linked the islands to broader networks of exchange across East Asia. Social hierarchies introduced new forms of authority, while warfare and diplomacy set the stage for regional unification. By the end of the Yayoi period, Japan was no longer a land of scattered foragers and fisherfolk. It had become a mosaic of agricultural communities, rival chiefs, and emerging states, connected to the wider world and preparing for the next stage of its history. The Jomon had given Japan a foundation of endurance, art, and spiritual connection to the land. The Yayoi added agriculture, hierarchy, and continental influence. Together, these two eras created the roots from which the future Japanese state would grow. The transition marks not only a change in how people lived, but in how they organized themselves, how they understood power, and how they related to the wider world. The long story of Japan's civilization had begun in earnest. The early Yamato state, the 3rd century of the Common Era, brought a decisive turn in the history of Japan. From the scattered chiefdoms and rival villages of the Yayoi period, a new political center began to form. This development is known as the rise of the Yamato state, a process through which power concentrated in the fertile Nara basin of central Honshu. The Yamato would provide the foundations for imperial rule, establishing traditions that endured for more than a millennium. The Yamato state is not a single event or a sudden revolution. It represents the gradual consolidation of numerous clans, known as uji, under the leadership of a dominant lineage. Archaeological and textual evidence combine to outline this transformation, though the picture remains fragmentary. Chinese chronicles offer glimpses from afar, while burial mounds and artifacts provide tangible testimony from within Japan. By the late Yayoi period, chiefdoms had grown in size and complexity. Leaders controlled agricultural surpluses, commanded warriors, and maintained ritual authority. Competition between these groups fostered alliances and conflict. In the Nara basin, fertile land, strategic location, and access to trade routes gave local leaders an advantage. Over generations, they extended influence outward, binding subordinate groups through marriage, warfare, and religious prestige. Chinese records such as the Weiji, part of the records of the Three Kingdoms, describe Japan during the 3rd century. They note that the islands were divided into many states, some small, others larger, Around 239 CE, these sources record the kingdom of Yamatai, ruled by a queen named Himiko. She is said to have maintained authority through shamanistic practices and to have sent tribute missions to the Chinese court. Her reign suggests that women could wield significant power in early Japanese society, particularly in religious contexts. Debate continues over whether Himiko's Yamatai corresponds directly to the later Yamato state, but her presence in Chinese texts highlights the increasing prominence of Japanese polities on the international stage. Archaeological evidence from the same centuries supports the image of expanding power structures. The most striking feature of this period is the appearance of Kofun large burial mounds built for elite leaders. These mounds, shaped like keyholes when viewed from above, range from modest sizes to massive earthworks spanning hundreds of meters. Constructing such monuments required vast labor and organization, testifying to the authority of those interred within. Grave goods found in Kofun include bronze mirrors, iron weapons, armor, and ornaments, reflecting both local craftsmanship and imported prestige goods from the continent. The distribution of Kofun provides clues to the spread of Yamato power. The earliest and largest appear in the Nara basin, gradually extending outward into other regions. This pattern suggests a central authority able to influence or dominate surrounding areas. Smaller regional elites adopted the Kofun style, linking themselves symbolically to the dominant Yamato center. In this way, burial practices became a form of political integration. Religion played a central role in legitimizing authority. The Yamato rulers presented themselves as intermediaries between the human and divine worlds. Clan leaders traced their ancestry to kami, or deities, establishing sacred lineages. The Yamato lineage in particular claimed descent from the sun goddess Amaterasu, a tradition that would later become central to the imperial institution. Rituals conducted at shrines, offerings to natural forces, and the veneration of ancestral spirits reinforced social cohesion and hierarchy. Contact with Korea and China intensified during this era. From Korea came iron, horse riding technology, and advanced techniques of administration. From China, writing, Confucian philosophy, and Buddhist influences would later flow, though at this early stage, the exchange was primarily material and diplomatic. Envoys travelled across the seas, and migrants settled in Japan, bringing specialized skills in metalworking, weaving, and construction. These exchanges enriched Yamato society and strengthened the power of its rulers. The political structure of the early Yamato state revolved around the system of uji and bi. The uji were powerful clans, each with its own ancestral deity and leader. The bi were occupational groups, artisans, farmers, or ritual specialists attached to the clans. The Yamato court mediated between these groups, gradually establishing dominance by placing loyal leaders in key positions and by demanding tribute. Over time, the court developed a hierarchy that foreshadowed later state institutions. The growth of the Yamato state also meant the growth of military organization. Fortifications, iron weapons, and mounted warriors appear more frequently in the archaeological record. Raids and campaigns between rival groups are attested in both local evidence and continental sources. The ability of the Yamato leaders to command warriors and distribute resources cemented their authority. The Kofun period, which spans roughly the 3rd to 6th centuries, is named for these monumental tombs and coincides with the rise of the Yamato state. At its peak, Kofun construction produced some of the largest earthworks in the world. The Daisen-ryo Kofun, traditionally attributed to Emperor Nintoku, measures nearly 500 meters in length. Surrounded by moats and containing thousands of burial goods, it illustrates the scale of Yamato power. These tombs were not merely graves, they were statements of dominance visible across the landscape. By the 5th century, the Yamato state had emerged as the most powerful political entity in Japan. Its rulers corresponded with Chinese courts, receiving recognition and titles that enhanced their prestige. They forged alliances with Korean kingdoms, sometimes as partners, sometimes as rivals. Internally, they bound regional elites through the shared culture of Kofun, ritual, and service to the central lineage. Yet this was still an early stage. Administration remained personal, tied to clan loyalty rather than centralized bureaucracy. Writing had not yet been fully adopted, and Buddhism had not yet entered. The Yamato state was a coalition of powerful families led by a dominant house rather than a fully unified nation. Nevertheless, the foundations were laid. The idea of imperial descent from divine origins, the integration of local elites into a wider order, and the establishment of a political center in the Yamato plain would all shape Japanese history for centuries to come. The early Yamato state marks the transition from prehistory to history in Japan. The era of foragers and farmers gave way to the era of kings and courts, with burial mounds rising from the earth, with rituals invoking the gods, and with envoys crossing the seas to Korea and China. Japan entered a new phase. The Yamato leaders had begun the long project of unification, one that would continue to evolve through reform, adaptation, and the challenges of a changing world. Buddhism arrives. The 6th century brought to Japan a religious and cultural transformation that would permanently reshape its history. Until this point, Japanese society had been defined by the traditions of the clans, centered on ancestral kami, nature spirits, and rituals conducted by clan leaders. These practices formed what would later be called Shinto, though at this stage it was not an organized religion, but a collection of localized beliefs and ceremonies. With the arrival of Buddhism from the Asian continent, Japan encountered for the first time a fully developed religious and philosophical system, complete with temples, scriptures, art, and a vision of the cosmos that extended far beyond the islands. The introduction of Buddhism is generally dated to the year 552 CE, though some sources suggest it may have arrived earlier. According to the Nihon Shoki, one of Japan's earliest chronicles, the king of the Korean kingdom of Baekje sent an official mission to the Yamato court. This embassy presented the Japanese ruler with gifts that included an image of the Buddha, sacred sutras, and monks to explain the new faith. The event was both diplomatic and religious, intended to strengthen ties between Baekje and the Yamato state by sharing a prestigious cultural treasure. For the Yamato rulers, the arrival of Buddhism presented both opportunity and challenge. On the one hand, it connected them more closely with the advanced civilizations of Korea and China, where Buddhism had already taken root. Embracing the new religion signaled sophistication and prestige. On the other hand, Buddhism was foreign, and it raised questions about the role of existing kami worship. Would the old traditions be replaced or overshadowed? Would loyalty to ancestral deities weaken if another system of worship gained ground? The court itself became divided over these questions. One of the most powerful clans, the Soga, strongly supported Buddhism. The Soga had close ties to the continent and saw in the new religion a way to elevate their own prestige and strengthen centralized authority. The Mononobe and Nakatomi clans, by contrast, resisted. As guardians of traditional kami rituals, they feared that Buddhism would undermine their roles and the balance of the spiritual world. This conflict was not purely theological, it was also political, reflecting rivalry among clans for influence over the Yamato court. Despite opposition, the Soga prevailed. Over the latter half of the 6th century, they consolidated power, placing their relatives in key positions and promoting Buddhist institutions. The decisive moment came under the leadership of Prince Shotoku, a nephew of the Soga clan, and one of the most significant figures in Japanese history. Prince Shotoku, serving as regent in the early 7th century, embraced Buddhism not merely as a personal faith, but as a tool of governance and diplomacy. He sponsored the construction of temples, most famously the Horyu-ji near Nara, which still stands today as one of the oldest wooden buildings in the world. He encouraged the study of Buddhist scriptures, patronized monks, and integrated Buddhist ideas into the moral framework of government. Shotoku is credited with the 17-article constitution, a document that combined Confucian, Buddhist, and native principles. Though not a constitution in the modern sense, it laid out ethical guidelines for officials, emphasizing harmony, respect for authority, and moral conduct. Article 2 of this text explicitly encouraged reverence for the three treasures, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. By linking political order to Buddhist ethics, Shotoku strengthened the legitimacy of the state and aligned Japan with the broader East Asian cultural sphere. The arrival of Buddhism also brought artistic and intellectual changes. Temples became centers of learning, where architecture, sculpture, and painting flourished under Continental influence. Bronze images of the Buddha were cast, wood-carved statues were created, and mural paintings decorated temple walls. These works introduced new aesthetic ideals alongside traditional practices. Buddhism did not replace native worship, but gradually integrated with it. The doctrine of Honji Suijaku, developed later, held that local kami were manifestations of Buddhist deities. This synthesis allowed Buddhism to spread without demanding the abandonment of ancestral traditions. Shrines and temples often stood side by side, and rituals blended elements of both. Politically, the embrace of Buddhism reinforced Yamato authority. By aligning themselves with a universal religion recognized across Asia, the rulers elevated their status beyond the local and the tribal. Missions to China, particularly during the Sui and Tang dynasties, deepened this connection. Japan's envoys studied Chinese models of government, religion, and culture, bringing back knowledge that further strengthened the central state. The spread of Buddhism also had profound social effects. Monasteries accumulated land and resources, becoming important economic as well as religious institutions. Monks offered literacy, record-keeping, and diplomatic skills. The ethical teachings of Buddhism influenced concepts of justice, compassion, and the responsibilities of rulers. Over time, new sects and schools would arise, adapting the faith to Japanese needs. The 6th and 7th centuries thus represent a turning point. The Yamato state, still consolidating power, now had access to a system of thought that reinforced centralized rule and connected Japan to the prestige of continental civilization. The introduction of Buddhism was not only a spiritual event, but a political and cultural revolution. From this point forward, Japanese history would be shaped by the interaction of two traditions: the ancient reverence for kami, rooted in the land, and the imported vision of enlightenment and cosmic order, embodied in Buddhism. By the end of the 7th century, temples stood across the Yamato realm. Buddhist rituals were woven into state ceremonies, and the image of the Buddha had become a familiar presence. Japan had entered the orbit of East Asian civilization, equipped with a new spiritual vocabulary and a broader cultural horizon. The story of Buddhism's arrival is therefore the story of Japan's first full step into the community of nations, blending the local with the universal, and laying the foundation for centuries of cultural development. The Asuka Reforms. The 7th century was a defining era for the Japanese islands, one in which the foundations of statehood were laid with unprecedented clarity. After the arrival of Buddhism and the influence of Prince Shotoku's reforms, the Yamato court moved decisively towards centralization and the adoption of continental models of governance. This period is known as the Asuka Era, named after the region south of modern Nara where the court was located. Here, powerful leaders enacted reforms that would transform a loose coalition of clans into an emerging state. At the heart of this transformation were the Taika reforms of 645 CE. The word Taika means great change, and the reforms sought exactly that: a restructuring of political, social, and economic life under a stronger central authority. They were initiated in the aftermath of a dramatic coup at court, when the powerful Soga clan, long the champions of Buddhism, were overthrown by rivals allied with members of the imperial family. With the Soga eliminated, Emperor Kotoku and his advisors, including Prince Nakanoe, later Emperor Tenji, announced a sweeping program of change designed to strengthen the throne and reduce the autonomy of powerful clans. The reforms were deeply influenced by Chinese models, particularly those of the Tang dynasty. Japan had already sent embassies, known as kentoshi, to the Chinese court, bringing back knowledge of administration, law, and culture. The Taika reforms explicitly sought to adapt these practices to Japan. The central principles included the nationalization of land, the reorganization of provincial administration, the introduction of a census and tax system, and the formal recognition of the emperor as the supreme authority. One of the most radical measures was the declaration that all land belonged to the emperor. Under the Jōmon and Yayoi traditions, land had been controlled by local clans and families. By claiming it as imperial property, the court asserted unprecedented power. Land was to be redistributed to households based on population, and taxes were to be paid in rice, cloth, and labor. This system, known as the Richerio system, created the framework for a centralized bureaucracy, even if its enforcement varied across regions. The reforms also established new administrative units. Provinces, kuni, and districts, gun, were delineated, each overseen by officials appointed by the court, rather than by hereditary clan leaders. A census was ordered to keep track of households, ensuring that taxes and labor could be collected systematically. This administrative structure, though imperfectly implemented, marked a decisive move towards state organization. Religion continued to play a central role in these changes. Buddhism, championed by earlier reformers such as Prince Shotoku, remained an important pillar of state legitimacy. Temples were constructed as symbols of authority, and monks participated in rituals that sanctified the new order. At the same time, Shinto practices were not abandoned. Instead, they were increasingly formalized under the court's direction, with shrines and rituals brought under imperial patronage. The combination of Buddhist and native traditions provided a dual spiritual foundation for the emerging state. Architecture and urban planning reflected the influence of continental models. The Asuka region became dotted with palaces, temples, and administrative centers built in styles inspired by Chinese and Korean precedents. Rectangular palace layouts, tiled roofs, and Buddhist statuary signaled the court's sophistication and connection to broader East Asian civilization. The Horyuji Temple, originally commissioned by Prince Shotoku, stood as both a religious and cultural landmark, housing sacred texts and serving as a center of learning. Diplomatic relations reinforced the direction of reform. Japan sent embassies to China and Korea, while also receiving continental immigrants skilled in writing, metalworking, medicine, and law. These exchanges brought knowledge of the Chinese writing system, which began to be used for official records and communication. Though the Japanese language remained distinct, Chinese characters became the medium of administration and scholarship, a legacy that endures in written Japanese today. The Taika reforms also reshaped the court itself. The emperor was elevated as the sole source of political authority, positioned above the competing clans. Officials were ranked in a hierarchy modelled on Chinese bureaucracy, with titles and duties defined by law rather than heredity. This did not eliminate the power of aristocratic families, but it provided a framework for centralization that would grow stronger in subsequent centuries. The reforms were not implemented without resistance. Local clans, long accustomed to autonomy, resented the loss of control over land and labor. Enforcement was uneven, particularly in distant regions where the court's reach was weak. Yet the symbolic power of the reforms was immense. They declared that Japan was no longer a loose confederation, but a centralized state, aligned with the great powers of East Asia. The Asuka Era also witnessed important cultural achievements. Buddhist art flourished, with bronze statues, temple murals, and pagodas enriching the landscape. The fusion of Buddhist and native beliefs continued to evolve, producing rituals and imagery that reflected Japan's distinctive identity. The court sponsored historical writing, leading eventually to the compilation of chronicles such as the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki in the 8th century. These texts recorded myth, genealogy, and history, reinforcing the divine legitimacy of the imperial line. By the end of the Asuka period, Japan had undergone a profound transformation. The reforms had centralized authority, introduced continental models of governance, and integrated Buddhism into state ritual. Though challenges remained, the direction was clear. Japan was becoming a unified state under an imperial institution, defined by a combination of native tradition and foreign influence. The Asuka reforms thus stand as a turning point. They represent the first conscious effort by Japanese leaders to create a centralized government modelled on continental powers, to claim direct control over land and people, and to establish the emperor as the embodiment of political and spiritual authority. These changes would shape the centuries to follow, guiding the evolution of Japanese society from clan-based traditions to a sophisticated imperial state. Nara's first capitals. The 8th century opened a new chapter in Japanese history. After the reforms of the Asuka Era, the Yamato court sought to embody its authority not only in law and ritual, but also in physical space. This ambition led to the creation of Japan's first permanent capitals, modelled on the great cities of China. These capitals, established in the Nara Basin, gave the period its name. The Nara era, spanning from 710 to 794 CE. Prior to this time, the Japanese court frequently moved its seat of power. Each new emperor or political shift brought a relocation of the palace, partly due to the belief that death polluted sacred space. As a result, earlier courts were relatively temporary, consisting of palace compounds that rose and fell with each reign. The decision to establish a permanent capital represented a significant departure, signalling the maturation of the Japanese state and its commitment to continental-style governance. The first of these capitals was Hideyoshi, founded in 710 CE in what is now the city of Nara. Its design followed the grid pattern of Tang dynasty Chinese cities, particularly Chang'an. A broad central avenue led to the imperial palace, while orderly streets divided the city into blocks. Administrative offices, markets, temples, and residences filled the urban plan, giving form to the centralization envisioned by the Asuka Reforms. Hideyoshi became the center of a flourishing court culture. Here, the emperor and aristocracy presided over a growing bureaucracy, managed provincial administration, and sponsored religious and cultural projects. The adoption of Chinese models was evident not only in the city's layout, but also in the structure of government, which continued to operate under the Ricciurio codes. Officials recorded censuses, collected taxes, and enforced laws, all within a framework that linked imperial authority to universal order. Religion played a prominent role in the capital's identity. Buddhism, firmly established by this time, became a key instrument of statecraft. Emperors sponsored the construction of monumental temples to demonstrate both piety and power. The most impressive of these was the Todaiji Temple, commissioned by Emperor Shomu in the mid-8th century. Within its vast wooden hall stood the Great Buddha, a bronze statue over 15 meters tall, representing Vairocana, the cosmic Buddha. The casting of this statue required enormous resources, symbolizing the unity of the realm under Buddhist protection. The establishment of temples across the provinces accompanied this central initiative. Known as the Kokubunji system, it required each province to build a monastery and a nunnery under imperial patronage. These institutions reinforced the authority of the court while promoting Buddhist practice. Monks played a role in ritual, education, and diplomacy, connecting the Japanese state to wider networks of Buddhist learning in East Asia. At the same time, native kami worship continued under imperial oversight. The court recognized major shrines and incorporated their rituals into the state calendar. Rather than displacing Shinto, Buddhism was woven into a dual system in which both traditions reinforced the sacred authority of the emperor. This syncretism became a hallmark of Japanese religious life for centuries. The Nara period also produced Japan's earliest written histories. The Kojiki, records of ancient matters, compiled in 712, and the Nihon Shoki, chronicles of Japan, completed in 720, recorded myths, genealogies, and early historical events. These works were written in Chinese characters but preserved Japanese traditions, tracing the imperial line back to divine origins with the sun goddess Amaterasu. By committing these stories to writing, the court reinforced its legitimacy and created a shared cultural identity. Literature extended beyond chronicles. The Mani Oshu, compiled in the late 8th century, became the first great anthology of Japanese poetry, containing thousands of poems by emperors, courtiers, and commoners. It expressed themes of love, nature, duty, and sorrow. Written in a phonetic use of Chinese characters, it also revealed the adaptability of the writing system to the Japanese language. Together, these texts established a literary tradition that remains central to Japanese culture. Despite these achievements, the Nara court faced challenges. The growing power of Buddhist institutions sometimes threatened imperial authority. Monasteries accumulated land and wealth, and influential monks sought to intervene in political decisions. Emperors attempted to curb this influence, but the tension between court and clergy persisted. At times, the court even relocated the capital temporarily to escape the dominance of Nara's great temples. Economic pressures also strained the system. The Richerio codes required land redistribution and taxes in rice and labour, but enforcement weakened over time. Wealthy families and religious institutions secured exemptions, accumulating large estates that eroded central control. As a result, the gap between official ideals and practical realities widened. Foreign relations added further complexity. Japan maintained contacts with Tang China, sending official missions that brought back knowledge of governance, art, and religion. These embassies enriched Japanese culture, but also underscored the challenge of adapting foreign models to local conditions. Korea remained a source of skilled immigrants and cultural exchange, though political rivalries on the peninsula sometimes limited cooperation. By the late 8th century, the limitations of Heijō-kyo became apparent. The concentration of power in Nara had fostered both cultural brilliance and political tension. To escape the influence of entrenched interests, the court decided to relocate. In 784, the capital briefly moved to Nagaoka, and in 794 it was shifted permanently to Heian-kyo, the city later known as Kyoto. This transition marked the end of the Nara period and the beginning of the Heian era. The Nara period remains significant as the first time Japan embraced the concept of a permanent capital and a centralized state modelled on continental precedent. It produced enduring monuments of religion, literature, and governance, even as it revealed the difficulties of sustaining centralized control. The great Buddha of Todaiji, the verses of the Manyoshu, and the myths of the Kojiki stand as legacies of an age when Japan first defined itself as a unified realm, both rooted in local tradition and connected to the civilizations of East Asia. The Heian Court. In the year 794, the Japanese court moved its seat of power from Nara to a new location, Heian-kyo, the city that would later be called Kyoto. This decision, made under Emperor Kanmu, marked the beginning of the Heian period, which lasted until 1185. The move was motivated by political concerns. The court wished to escape the powerful influence of Nara's Buddhist monasteries and establish a fresh capital free of entrenched factions. Heian-kyo was carefully planned, modelled once again on the great Chinese city of Chang'an, with broad avenues, a rectangular grid, and the imperial palace set at the northern end of the central axis. The Heian period is remembered above all for the flowering of aristocratic culture. For nearly 4 centuries, the capital became a centre of refinement, where members of the court cultivated poetry, music, calligraphy, and elaborate rituals. It was a world governed by rank, etiquette, and aesthetic sensibility. The aristocracy measured distinction not only in political power, but in cultural accomplishments. The Heian era produced some of Japan's most enduring works of literature, as well as a distinctive style of art and architecture that reflected both Chinese influence and uniquely Japanese developments. Politically, the Heian Court continued the system established in earlier centuries, but with important shifts. The Richeiro system, inherited from the Asuka and Nara reforms, gradually weakened in practice. Provincial officials still governed local districts in the emperor's name, but in reality, the court struggled to maintain consistent control. Powerful aristocratic families, most notably the Fujiwara clan, gained dominance by marrying their daughters into the imperial line and serving as regents for young emperors. By the 10th century, the Fujiwara had become the true power behind the throne, ruling in the emperor's name while securing their own wealth and influence. The emperor remained the symbolic centre of the state, but daily governance was increasingly in the hands of the Fujiwara and other aristocrats. Court politics revolved around family alliances, rivalries, and the careful management of rank. Status was everything in Heian society. Official positions, clothing styles, the size of residences, and even the colours of garments were strictly regulated by rank. Mastery of poetry, music, and calligraphy served as markers of refinement, helping aristocrats secure favour and prestige at court. The cultural achievements of the Heian period are extraordinary. The most famous literary work of this era is The Tale of Genji, written in the early 11th century by Murasaki Shikibu, a lady-in-waiting at court. Often regarded as the world's first novel, it follows the life and loves of Prince Genji, capturing the subtleties of aristocratic society with unmatched detail. Its portrayal of emotions, aesthetics, and the fleeting nature of beauty reflects the core sensibility of the age. Another prominent writer, Sei Shonagon, authored The Pillow Book, a collection of observations, lists, and reflections that vividly convey the atmosphere of court life. These works demonstrate not only literary brilliance, but also the prominent role of women in Heian cultural production. Poetry also flourished. The Kokin Wakashu, an imperial anthology compiled in the early 10th century, set the standard for court poetry. Short poems known as waka, consisting of 31 syllables in a 5-7-5-7-7 pattern, became the preferred medium of expression, exchanged between lovers, composed for rituals, or used in political correspondence. Mastery of waka was essential for any cultivated aristocrat. Through poetry, individuals expressed emotions, social status, and aesthetic judgment. Art and architecture reflected the tastes of the court. Palaces and mansions were built in the Shinden-zukuri style, with airy wooden halls, sliding doors, and gardens designed for contemplation. Religious art, originally dominated by Chinese Buddhist models, gradually took on more distinctively Japanese forms, emphasizing softer lines and naturalistic details. The construction of the Phoenix Hall at Byodo, near Kyoto, in 1053, exemplifies the blending of Buddhist devotion with Heian aesthetic ideals. Religion remained central, but it evolved in new directions. Buddhism continued to flourish, particularly through the rise of the Tendai and Shingon schools. These forms of esoteric Buddhism, introduced from China, emphasized ritual, mandalas, and mystical practices. Monasteries on Mount Hiei and Mount Koya became influential centers of learning and spirituality. At the same time, native kami worship remained deeply integrated with Buddhist practices, forming a syncretic religious landscape. Court rituals carefully balanced offerings to both kami and Buddhas, reinforcing the harmony of traditions. Despite the brilliance of aristocratic culture, the Heian period also revealed underlying weaknesses in political control. The court's reliance on aristocratic families, the decline of land redistribution under the Richiiro system, and the growing power of local elites eroded central authority. Wealthy families and religious institutions secured exemptions from taxation, accumulating vast private estates known as shoen. These estates, free from direct government oversight, undermined the court's ability to collect revenue and enforce laws. As shoen spread, local power shifted to estate managers and emerging warrior groups. These warriors, initially employed as guards and enforcers for aristocrats and temples, gradually formed their own class. Known as the samurai, they became increasingly important in maintaining order in the provinces. Though still subordinate to the court during the Heian era, they foreshadowed the military governments that would dominate Japan in later centuries. The later Heian period also witnessed growing conflicts within the aristocracy itself. Rival clans, particularly the Taira and Minamoto, gained military strength and competed for influence at court. This rivalry, fueled by political intrigue and economic pressures, eventually erupted into open warfare at the end of the 12th century. The Heian world of refinement and poetry thus gave way to an age of warriors and conflict. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Heian Court endures as one of the most celebrated periods in Japanese cultural history. Its literature, art, and aesthetics established standards that shaped Japanese identity for centuries. The ideals of elegance, sensitivity to nature, and appreciation for the fleeting beauty of life, often summed up in the concept of mono, no aware. The awareness of impermanence emerged most clearly in this era. The Heian Court may have been fragile politically, but its cultural achievements gave Japan a voice that was distinctly its own. The rise of the samurai. The closing centuries of the Heian period revealed deep changes in Japanese society. While the aristocracy of Kyoto refined its culture through poetry, calligraphy, and elegant rituals, the balance of power in the provinces shifted toward a new social class, the warriors. Known eventually as the samurai, these men began as estate guards and provincial enforcers, but gradually grew into a distinct class whose influence extended from local disputes to national politics. The rise of the samurai set the stage for the military governments that would dominate Japan for the next 7 centuries. The origins of the samurai lie in the system of private estates, or shoin. From the 9th century onward, wealthy aristocrats, religious institutions, and imperial relatives accumulated landholdings exempt from taxation. These estates undermined the Richiiro system and weakened central authority, but they also provided stability for local communities. To manage and defend their holdings, landowners relied on local strongmen skilled in combat and leadership. These men, and the groups they commanded, became the earliest form of the warrior class. At first, these warriors served at the pleasure of aristocratic or religious patrons, functioning as retainers who maintained order, collected taxes, and defended land from bandits or rival estates. Over time, however, they developed their own identities and loyalties. Martial skill, horsemanship, and the use of the bow became defining traits. Warriors began to form family lineages, passing down their skills and prestige from one generation to the next. In this way, military service shifted from a temporary occupation to a hereditary vocation. The imperial court, struggling to maintain order, increasingly relied on these provincial warriors. By the 10th century, rebellions and uprisings in eastern and northern Japan required military intervention. The central government lacked standing armies, so it commissioned provincial strongmen to suppress unrest. Successful warriors were rewarded with titles and recognition, further elevating their status. The Fujiwara clan and other court aristocrats depended on these men to enforce their authority, unintentionally empowering them in the process. The rise of the samurai was not merely a social or military development. It also involved cultural transformation. Warrior values emphasized loyalty, courage, and martial skill, in contrast to the refinement and aesthetic sensibilities of the Heian aristocracy. The bow and horse became symbols of status, while tales of battles and heroic deeds began to circulate alongside poetry and literature. Over time, these values crystallized into an ethos that would later be associated with Bushido, the way of the warrior. By the 11th and 12th centuries, powerful warrior clans had emerged, most notably the Taira and Minamoto families. Both traced their origins to imperial descent, but built their power bases in the provinces, commanding networks of samurai retainers. They represented the growing fusion of aristocratic legitimacy with military strength. Their rivalry would eventually dominate national politics. The growing importance of the samurai can be seen in events such as the Hogan Rebellion of 1156 and the Heiji Rebellion of 1159. These conflicts, sparked by disputes over imperial succession and regency, drew warrior families into court politics. In both uprisings, the Taira and Minamoto played decisive roles. Their involvement demonstrated that control of the throne now required military backing, not merely aristocratic maneuvering. The victories and defeats of these conflicts propelled the Taira and Minamoto to prominence, setting the stage for their final confrontation. The daily life of the early samurai was shaped by their role as provincial enforcers. They lived on estates, commanding small groups of mounted warriors and archers. Their equipment included lamella armor made of iron and leather, longbows, and curved swords. They trained in horsemanship and archery, skills essential for combat in the open fields of provincial Japan. Their loyalty was pledged to their immediate lord, but their growing solidarity as a class gave them shared identity. Culturally, the contrast between the capital and the provinces became increasingly stark. While Kyoto remained absorbed in courtly pursuits, the provinces developed traditions centered on martial discipline, clan loyalty, and pragmatic governance. This divergence foreshadowed the eventual shift of power from the court aristocracy to the military class. The Heian period's poetic elegance would give way to the harsh realities of war, but the synthesis of cultural refinement and martial values would define much of Japanese history thereafter. By the late 12th century, the rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto clans erupted into the Genpei War, 1180-1185, a national conflict that marked the culmination of the samurai's rise. The war ended with the Minamoto victory at the Battle of Dan-no-Yora in 1185 and the establishment of Japan's first military government, or shogunate, under Minamoto no Yoritomo. The transition from aristocratic to warrior rule had become complete. The rise of the samurai represents one of the most significant transformations in Japanese history. From estate guards to national leaders, they redefined politics, society, and culture. Their emergence revealed the limitations of the Heian Court and the shifting balance of power in the provinces. What began as a practical response to local disorder became the foundation of an entire era of military governance, Genpei War and the shogunate. The 12th century reached its climax in a conflict that forever altered the trajectory of Japanese history. The struggle between the Taira and Minamoto clans, known as the Genpei War, marked the end of the Heian period and the beginning of military rule. What began as a rivalry between aristocratic warrior families escalated into a nationwide civil war, concluding in 1185 with the decisive triumph of the Minamoto. Out of this victory arose the Kamakura Shogunate, Japan's first true military government. The origins of the conflict lay in the growing power of the samurai and the declining authority of the imperial court. By the mid-12th century, the Fujiwara clan's dominance had weakened, leaving a vacuum of control. Into this space stepped the Taira, under the leadership of Taira no Kiyomori. A skilled warrior and shrewd politician, Kiyomori rose through the ranks after the Hogan Rebellion of 1156 and the Heiji Rebellion of 1159. By placing his relatives in high court positions and marrying his daughters into the imperial line, Kiyomori secured unprecedented influence. For a time, the Taira controlled both the court in Kyoto and the provinces. Yet Kiyomori's success bred resentment. His dominance alienated rival clans and members of the aristocracy, who saw the Taira as overstepping their role. The Minamoto clan, long a rival of the Taira, found opportunities to regain strength. When Prince Mochihito, a member of the imperial family, issued a call to arms in 1180 against Taira rule, the Minamoto responded. This appeal ignited the Genpei War, a conflict that would last 5 years and sweep across much of Japan. The war unfolded through a series of campaigns, battles, and shifting alliances. The Taira initially enjoyed advantages, controlling the capital and possessing deep resources. Yet the Minamoto, under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo and his half-brothers Yoshitsune and Noriori, steadily built momentum. Yoritomo established his base in Kamakura, in eastern Japan, where he gathered support from provincial warriors disillusioned with Taira dominance. This base would become the nucleus of a new political order. The conflict featured iconic battles that have become legendary in Japanese cultural memory. The Battle of Uji in 1180 marked the opening of hostilities, with Minamoto forces attempting to hold a bridge against the Taira. Though defeated, they demonstrated the resolve of the Minamoto cause. The war continued, with seesaw campaigns across central and western Japan. One of the most dramatic episodes occurred at the Battle of Ichi no Tani in 1184. Minamoto forces, led by Yoshitsune, launched a daring assault down steep mountain slopes, surprising the Taira stronghold near present-day Kobe. The victory shattered Taira defenses and forced them to retreat westward. Yoshitsune's tactical brilliance became legendary, celebrated in later literature and theatre. The final confrontation came at the Battle of Dan-no-Yora in 1185, a naval clash in the narrow straits of Shimonoseki. The Taira, carrying with them the young emperor Antoku, and the sacred imperial regalia faced the Minamoto fleet. At first, the tide favoured the Taira, but defections and shifting currents turned the battle. Minamoto archers and sailors pressed the attack, and the Taira line collapsed. In the chaos, many Taira nobles threw themselves into the sea, taking Emperor Antoku with them. The loss of the child emperor and the imperial regalia symbolized the end of Taira power. With the Taira destroyed, Minamoto no Yoritomo emerged as the dominant figure in Japan. Rather than ruling directly from Kyoto, Yoritomo established his headquarters in Kamakura, far to the east. In 1192, he was formally appointed Sei Taishogun, or shogun, by the emperor. This appointment legitimized his authority while acknowledging the continuing symbolic role of the imperial institution. In practice, real power now lay with the shogunate in Kamakura, marking the beginning of Japan's feudal era. The Kamakura Shogunate represented a profound shift in governance. While the emperor and court aristocracy remained in Kyoto, their authority was largely ceremonial. The shogun and his warrior government exercised actual control, appointing military governors, shugo, to oversee provinces and stewards, jito, to manage estates. This system allowed the shogunate to collect taxes, enforce order, and maintain networks of loyalty among the samurai. The establishment of the shogunate also formalized the role of the samurai as Japan's ruling class. Warriors who had once served as estate guards or provincial enforcers now occupied positions of political authority. Loyalty to one's lord, service in battle, and the maintenance of martial discipline became defining features of society. Land grants and rights to collect revenue rewarded service, creating a system of feudal bonds that tied retainers to their superiors. Culturally, the Genpei War left an indelible mark. Tales of the conflict were recorded in works such as the Heike Monogatari, Tale of the Heike, an epic that recounts the rise and fall of the Taira, with themes of impermanence and the fleeting nature of power. Performed by blind lute priests known as biwa-hoshi, the epic became one of the most influential works in Japanese literature, shaping the cultural memory of the war for centuries. Its famous opening lines evoke the Buddhist concept of impermanence, capturing the tragedy and grandeur of the Taira's downfall. The Genpei War thus represents both an end and a beginning. It ended the dominance of the Heian aristocracy and the fragile balance of court politics. It began the era of military rule, with the samurai at the center of governance. The Kamakura Shogunate institutionalized this new order, establishing precedents that would endure through successive military governments. By 1185, Japan had entered a new age. The Heian Court's elegance remained in literature and ritual, but political authority now resided with warriors. The rise of the samurai had reached its culmination, and the shogunate would guide Japan through both stability and new challenges in the centuries to follow. Kamakura Rule. The establishment of the Kamakura Shogunate in 1192 under Minamoto no Yoritomo marks the beginning of Japan's medieval period. For the first time, political power rested firmly in the hands of the warrior class, while the emperor and aristocracy in Kyoto retained only symbolic and cultural authority. The Kamakura era, lasting until 1333, created institutions of governance that balanced military authority with feudal obligations, forging a system that endured through centuries of change. Yoritomo's government was centered in Kamakura, a coastal town in eastern Japan, chosen for its defensible terrain and distance from the influence of Kyoto's aristocracy. From this base, Yoritomo established a new order that blended military necessity with political innovation. His appointment as shogun by the emperor gave him formal legitimacy, but in practice, his authority derived from his ability to control the samurai and distribute land. The Kamakura system relied on a network of officials known as shugo and jito. The shugo were provincial military governors responsible for maintaining order, overseeing defenses, and monitoring the activities of local warriors. The jito were estate stewards, tasked with managing lands, collecting taxes, and ensuring productivity. Both positions were filled by Yoritomo's trusted retainers, tying the provinces directly to the shogunate. In return for service, these retainers received rights to land or revenue, creating a system of reciprocal loyalty, characteristic of feudal society. The emperor and court in Kyoto remained important as symbols of legitimacy, but their authority was curtailed. Rituals, poetry, and cultural traditions continued to flourish under imperial patronage. Yet the real mechanisms of governance, law enforcement, taxation, and military defense were directed from Kamakura. This dual system, often described as Ken Montese or rule by multiple authorities, reflected the balance between old aristocratic traditions and new warrior power. The Kamakura Shogunate also established a legal code to govern the conduct of warriors. The Goseibai Shikimoku, promulgated in 1232 under the regency of Hojo Yasutoki, was a collection of laws and precedents designed to regulate disputes over land and inheritance. Unlike earlier legal codes modelled on Chinese systems, this code reflected the practical concerns of a warrior society, focusing on property rights, vassal obligations, and military service. It provided a framework of justice that gave stability to the feudal order. The Hojo clan rose to prominence during this period. After the death of Yoritomo in 1199, his young son Yori inherited the title of shogun, but effective power soon passed to Yoritomo's widow, Hojo Masako, and her family. The Hojo established the position of shikken, or regent, which allowed them to govern in the name of the shogun. For much of the Kamakura era, the Hojo regents held true authority, while successive shoguns, often figureheads, maintained the appearance of legitimacy. Religion and culture also evolved in the Kamakura period. Buddhism, which had been closely tied to the court in earlier centuries, now spread more broadly among the common people. New schools emerged that emphasized personal faith and accessible practices. The Pure Land school taught devotion to Amida Buddha through recitation of the Nembutsu. The Zen school, introduced from China, emphasized meditation, discipline, and direct experience of enlightenment. Nichiren Buddhism, founded by the monk Nichiren, stressed exclusive devotion to the Lotus Sutra. These movements reflected both the spiritual needs of a changing society and the broader diffusion of religious practice beyond the aristocracy. The Kamakura period was also a time of external challenge. In the late 13th century, Japan faced the threat of invasion from the Mongol Empire, which had conquered vast territories across Asia. Kublai Khan, ruler of the Yuan dynasty in China, demanded tribute from Japan. When the shogunate refused, Mongol fleets launched invasions in 1274 and 1281. Samurai warriors fought fiercely along the coasts of Kyushu, but storms, later remembered as the kamikaze, or divine winds, destroyed much of the invading fleets. These victories preserved Japan's independence, but they also placed immense strain on the shogunate. The costs of mobilization were enormous, and since the invasions yielded no new lands to distribute as rewards, the samurai grew restless and dissatisfied. Economically, the Kamakura era saw both growth and hardship. Agricultural production expanded with improved techniques, while trade with Song China brought goods such as ceramics, silk, and coins. Merchant activity increased in coastal towns, foreshadowing the rise of urban centers. Yet the burden of military defense and the unequal distribution of rewards created tensions within the warrior class. Many samurai fell into debt, undermining their loyalty to the shogunate. By the early 14th century, the authority of the Kamakura government weakened. Discontent among samurai, coupled with the ambitions of Emperor Go-Daigo, led to conflict. Go-Daigo sought to restore imperial rule, defying the Hojo regents. His uprising in 1331 was suppressed, but renewed efforts soon followed. In 1333, forces loyal to the emperor, aided by disaffected samurai, such as Ashikaga Takauji, attacked Kamakura. The city fell, the Hojo were overthrown, and the Kamakura shogunate came to an end. The Kamakura era was significant for establishing the framework of Japan's feudal order. It confirmed the supremacy of the samurai as the ruling class, institutionalized systems of military governance, and created legal and administrative practices suited to warrior society. It also witnessed the resilience of Japan against external threats and the diversification of religious life. Though its decline revealed the fragility of feudal bonds, the Kamakura Shogunate laid foundations that influenced Japanese politics and culture for centuries. Mongol invasions. In the 13th century, Japan confronted a threat unlike any it had faced before: the vast Mongol Empire. At its height, the Mongol realm stretched across Eurasia, uniting territories from China to Eastern Europe. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, the Mongols established the Yuan dynasty in China and turned their gaze across the seas. For Japan, the encounters of 1274 and 1281, known collectively as the Mongol invasions, would test the strength of the Kamakura Shogunate and leave a permanent mark on national memory. The origins of the conflict lay in diplomacy. In 1266, Kublai Khan sent envoys to Japan, demanding that the shogunate recognize Yuan supremacy and send tribute. For the Mongols, such demands were routine. Submission by surrounding states reinforced their authority. For Japan, however, the demand was unacceptable. The Kamakura Shogunate, ruling through the Hojo regents, rejected the proposal. Further envoys arrived in 1268 and later years, but each was dismissed without agreement. The stage was set for confrontation. The first invasion came in 1274. A Mongol-led force of approximately 900 ships carrying perhaps 30,000 troops, Mongols, Chinese, and Koreans, sailed from Korea toward the island of Kyushu. They landed near Hakata Bay, in what is now Fukuoka. The defending samurai, accustomed to ritualized combat that emphasized single duels and displays of skill, were shocked by the Mongol tactics. The invaders used massed archery, coordinated infantry formations, and explosive projectiles, unknown to the Japanese. Early accounts describe thunderous weapons, likely gunpowder bombs, that unnerved the defenders. Despite these advantages, the Mongol army faced difficulties. The Japanese fought with determination, harrying the invaders along the shore. After a day of heavy fighting, the Mongols withdrew to their ships. That night, a violent storm struck, damaging the fleet and forcing a retreat. The Japanese celebrated the withdrawal as a victory, but they understood that the threat was not over. The Kamakura Shogunate responded by reinforcing defenses. Along the shores of Hakata Bay, stone walls were constructed to prevent landings. Samurai from across Japan were mobilized, placing significant strain on resources. For years, they remained on alert, awaiting the Mongols' return. The second invasion came in 1281, and was far larger. Kublai Khan dispatched 2 fleets, one from Korea and another from southern China, with a combined force estimated at over 100,000 men and 4,000 ships numbers, that made it one of the largest naval operations in history up to that point. The fleets planned to converge at Kyushu, overwhelming Japanese defences with sheer numbers. The Japanese, however, were better prepared. Samurai warriors resisted fiercely along the fortified coasts, launching night raids in small boats to attack Mongol ships and disrupt supplies. Fighting dragged on for weeks, with neither side able to secure a decisive advantage. Then, in August, nature again intervened. A massive typhoon swept through the region, scattering and wrecking the Mongol fleet. Thousands of ships were destroyed, and countless soldiers drowned. Survivors retreated in disarray, and the invasion collapsed. The Japanese interpreted the storm as a divine intervention, calling it the kamikaze, or divine wind. This concept became deeply ingrained in national consciousness, reinforcing the belief that Japan was protected by spiritual forces. The idea of the kamikaze would re-emerge centuries later in a very different context, but its origins lay in these 13th century events. While the repulsion of the Mongols preserved Japan's independence, it also exposed strains within the Kamakura Shogunate. Mobilizing defenses for years placed heavy burdens on the warrior class. Unlike ordinary campaigns, the Mongol invasions produced no new lands to distribute as rewards. Samurai who had fought and risked their lives expected compensation, but the shogunate could offer little. Many fell into debt, eroding loyalty to the regime. The financial strain was compounded by the costs of maintaining defenses even after the invasions ended. The shogunate ordered continued vigilance along the coasts, keeping warriors mobilized for decades. This policy drained resources and deepened dissatisfaction. Over time, these pressures weakened the shogunate's authority, contributing to its eventual fall in the early 14th century. Culturally, the invasions had lasting impact. Accounts of the battles circulated widely, emphasizing themes of bravery, divine protection, and national unity. The image of samurai fighting desperately against overwhelming odds became a foundational story for the warrior class. Monuments, scrolls, and paintings commemorated the events, blending history with legend. The invasions also spurred reflection on military organization, strategy, and the need for collective defense. The Mongol invasions occupy a unique place in Japanese history. They demonstrated the resilience of the Kamakura Shogunate and the courage of the samurai, while also revealing the vulnerabilities of the feudal system. They connected Japan to the wider currents of Eurasian history as part of the Mongol Empire's attempt to dominate the known world, and they introduced the enduring idea of the kamikaze, linking natural forces to divine protection. In the immediate aftermath, Japan remained free from foreign conquest, unlike much of East Asia. Yet the cost of this independence was high, leaving the shogunate weakened. The Mongol threat receded, but internal challenges grew, setting the stage for new conflicts in the 14th century. Zen and Culture. The Kamakura period was not only a turning point in Japanese political history, marked by the establishment of the first military government and the rising power of the samurai, but also an age of deep cultural and spiritual transformation. While the shogunate at Kamakura held authority in the political and military sphere, the realm of thought, art, and religious life was being reshaped by a profound new influence from the continent: Zen Buddhism. The arrival and rapid spread of Zen altered the character of Japanese culture in ways that extended far beyond the walls of temples, reaching into the ideals of the warrior class, the design of landscapes and architecture, the aesthetics of painting and poetry, and the philosophical outlook that underpinned Japanese society for centuries to come. Zen Buddhism was introduced to Japan from China during the late 12th and early 13th centuries, at a time when the country was experiencing both external threats, in the form of Mongol invasions, and internal adjustments to the new feudal order. Monks who had studied in the great monasteries of the Song dynasty brought back not only religious teachings, but also a broad cultural package that included new approaches to architecture, calligraphy, art, and modes of thought. Zen, or Chan as it was known in China, emphasized meditation, direct personal experience, and disciplined practice as the path to enlightenment, rather than reliance on scriptures or elaborate rituals. This perspective contrasted sharply with the forms of Buddhism that had previously dominated Japan, such as the esoteric practices of Shingon and Tendai, or the devotional recitations of Pure Land. For the new warrior class, Zen carried a special appeal. The samurai lived in a world that demanded discipline, courage, and the acceptance of impermanence. They fought battles where death was always a possibility, managed estates under uncertain conditions, and lived lives where loyalty and resolve were paramount. Zen's emphasis on austerity, mindfulness, and the direct experience of truth resonated with these realities. The practice of zazen, seated meditation, trained the mind in stillness and clarity, cultivating focus that could be applied not only in spiritual life, but also in martial discipline. Samurai patrons supported Zen monasteries, not merely out of piety, but because the values embodied in Zen reinforced the ethos they sought to cultivate in themselves and their retainers. The growth of Zen monasteries in Kamakura and Kyoto created new centers of influence. These institutions were not isolated cloisters, but hubs of cultural and intellectual exchange. They imported books, art, and knowledge from China, serving as conduits through which continental civilization continued to enrich Japan. The architecture of Zen temples reflected a shift towards simplicity and function. Monastic complexes such as Kencho-ji and Engaku-ji in Kamakura, and later Tenryuji and Nanzen-ji in Kyoto, were constructed with clean wooden lines, tiled roofs, and layouts designed to encourage contemplation. Unlike the ornate and symbol-heavy structures of earlier Buddhist traditions, Zen temples conveyed restraint and clarity. Their gardens, paths, and meditation halls provided environments in which discipline and reflection could flourish. One of the most distinctive contributions of Zen to Japanese culture was the creation of dry landscape gardens, or karasansui. These gardens dispensed with lush vegetation and flowing water in favor of gravel, stones, and carefully placed moss or shrubs. The gravel was raked into patterns, suggesting waves or flowing rivers, while stones evoked mountains or islands. The effect was not meant to imitate nature directly, but to suggest its essence, inviting the viewer into meditative reflection. Famous examples, such as the garden at Ryoanji in Kyoto, embody the Zen principle that emptiness can be as meaningful as presence, that simplicity can reveal deeper truths than abundance. The karasansui became not only a form of religious expression, but also an aesthetic ideal that shaped Japanese design in many other spheres. Zen's influence extended into the arts of painting and calligraphy. The monochrome ink painting style, known as suibokuga, emphasized bold brushstrokes, subtle gradations of ink, and the expressive use of empty space. Rather than striving for meticulous detail, Zen-inspired painters sought to capture the spirit of a scene with minimal strokes. Landscapes, bamboo groves, and animals such as tigers or cranes became common subjects, rendered with a vitality that reflected both observation and inner insight. Calligraphy, likewise, was not merely a utilitarian form of writing, but a spiritual practice in itself, where the act of creating each character became an expression of the practitioner's state of mind. The spontaneous, uncorrected nature of Zen calligraphy underscored the principle that truth emerges in the moment, without need for adornment. Literature, too, absorbed Zen's outlook. The war tales of the Kamakura era, especially the Heike Monogatari, resonate with the Buddhist theme of mujo, impermanence. The opening lines of the epic, recounting the fall of the Taira clan, evoke the ringing of bells that signal the transience of all things. This perspective, deeply influenced by Buddhist thought and reinforced by the devastations of war, became part of the cultural fabric of Japan. The samurai themselves, as both warriors and patrons of art, embraced narratives that highlighted the fleeting nature of power and life, aligning their martial experiences with the spiritual lessons of impermanence. Zen's role in the development of tea culture should also be noted. While the highly formalized tea ceremony would fully emerge in later centuries, its roots lay in the introduction of powdered green tea from China by Zen monks. Tea was consumed to sustain long hours of meditation, but it also became associated with the values of simplicity, mindfulness, and ritualized action. Over time, these practices evolved into the chinoyu, or way of tea, a cultural expression deeply intertwined with Zen principles. The spread of Zen did not displace other Buddhist traditions, but coexisted alongside them. Pure Land Buddhism remained immensely popular among common people, offering salvation through faith in Amida Buddha. Nichiren's teachings attracted fervent followers, with their exclusive devotion to the Lotus Sutra. Shingon and Tendai continued their esoteric practices on sacred mountains. Yet Zen carved out a distinctive place, especially among the elite and the warrior class, by offering both a philosophy of life and a set of cultural forms that aligned with the realities of the age. The Kamakura Shogunate's support for Zen was pragmatic as well as spiritual. Zen monasteries provided not only religious services, but also administrative and diplomatic functions. Monks were literate, skilled in Chinese, and connected to continental networks, making them valuable advisors in foreign relations. Their presence reinforced the shogunate's authority by projecting both piety and cultural sophistication. In this way, Zen became integrated into the political as well as the cultural landscape of medieval Japan. The legacy of Zen in the Kamakura period is profound. It redefined Japanese aesthetics, favoring simplicity, restraint, and subtle suggestion over ornamentation. It offered a philosophy that resonated with the warrior class, reinforcing values of discipline, mindfulness, and acceptance of impermanence. It introduced practices, gardens, painting, calligraphy, tea that became hallmarks of Japanese identity, and it demonstrated the capacity of Japanese culture to absorb foreign influences and transform them into something uniquely its own. By the time the Kamakura Shogunate faced its decline in the early 14th century, Zen was firmly entrenched as a major current in Japanese life. Its temples dotted the landscapes of Kamakura and Kyoto. Its gardens and artworks reflected a new sensibility, and its teachings informed both spiritual practice and everyday behavior. The Kamakura period may be remembered for the rise of the samurai and the repulsion of the Mongols, but it was also the moment when Zen entered Japan's cultural bloodstream, shaping the way the Japanese people conceived of art, nature, and the human spirit. The Ashikaga Era, the fall of the Kamakura Shogunate in 1333, marked the end of Japan's first experiment with warrior rule. But it did not bring stability. The brief attempt by Emperor Go-Daigo to restore imperial authority, known as the Meiji Restoration, collapsed within just a few years. His efforts alienated many of the samurai who had supported him, for he attempted to return to the old aristocratic order, ignoring the realities of a society now dominated by warriors. Out of this failure arose a new military regime led by Ashikaga Takauji, a general who had initially fought for the emperor but soon turned against him. In 1336, Takauji seized Kyoto and installed himself as shogun, establishing the Ashikaga Shogunate, also known as the Muromachi Shogunate, which would rule Japan until 1573. The Ashikaga period was one of contrasts. On the one hand, it was an age of political fragmentation, with frequent conflicts among rival warlords and the eventual outbreak of the devastating Nin War in the 15th century. On the other hand, it was a golden age of culture, particularly under the influence of Zen Buddhism and the patronage of the shoguns. Architecture, painting, garden design, theatre, and the rituals of tea all flourished in forms that became enduring hallmarks of Japanese civilization. The Ashikaga Shogunate did not control Japan as firmly as the Kamakura regime had attempted, but it presided over one of the most creative and distinctive cultural flowerings in Japanese history. Politically, the Ashikaga Shogunate was weaker than its predecessor. Unlike the Kamakura Shogunate, which had established clear systems of provincial governors and estate stewards, the Ashikaga relied more heavily on alliances with powerful regional lords, or daimyo. These lords held real control over their territories, commanding samurai retinues and managing local economies. The shogun in Kyoto maintained authority largely through prestige, diplomacy, and military campaigns, but his ability to enforce centralized rule was limited. This reliance on daimyo would eventually undermine the stability of the regime, as ambitious lords competed for power and autonomy. Ashikaga Takauji's successors struggled to balance the demands of the imperial court, the aristocracy, and the warrior class. At times, two imperial courts even existed simultaneously: the northern court, supported by the Ashikaga, and the southern court, loyal to Emperor Go-Daigo and his descendants. This northern and southern courts period lasted from 1336 to 1392, dividing the country politically and symbolically. The eventual unification under the Ashikaga did not erase the memory of division, which continued to weaken the legitimacy of both emperor and shogun. Despite these political challenges, the Ashikaga era produced a flourishing of culture that has left a lasting imprint on Japanese identity. The third shogun, Ashikaga Yoshimitsu R. 1368-1394, was particularly influential in this regard. He presided over a court in Kyoto that became a center of artistic patronage and international diplomacy. Yoshimitsu re-established relations with Ming China, sending tribute missions that opened trade and brought back goods such as silk, porcelain, and books. He also oversaw the construction of the magnificent Golden Pavilion, or Kinkakuji, whose gilded walls reflected the wealth and sophistication of the shogunate. Under Ashikaga patronage, Zen Buddhism continued to shape aesthetics and thought. Zen monks, who maintained close ties with China, introduced styles of monochrome ink painting that emphasized landscapes rendered in bold brushstrokes and subtle washes. Artists such as Seishu Toyo mastered this style, producing works that captured both the grandeur of mountains and the stillness of gardens. The emphasis on simplicity, asymmetry, and suggestion rather than explicit detail reflected Zen ideals and became central to Japanese art. Garden design also reached new heights during this period. While Kamakura Era gardens had already embraced dry landscapes, the Muromachi period perfected them. The gardens of the Silver Pavilion, or Ginkakuji, constructed by Ashikaga Yoshimasa in the 15th century, are among the most celebrated examples. Here, carefully arranged rocks, moss, and raked gravel created symbolic landscapes that invited meditation and aesthetic contemplation. These gardens embodied the Zen principle that restraint and emptiness could convey as much meaning as abundance, offering a physical expression of spiritual philosophy. The Ashikaga era also witnessed the development of No theatre, a highly stylized form of performance combining poetry, dance, and music. Supported by the shoguns and aristocracy, No plays explored themes drawn from history, legend, and religion, often highlighting the transience of life and the haunting presence of spirits. The minimalist stage, the use of masks, and the slow, deliberate movements reflected a profound sense of elegance and restraint. No became not merely entertainment, but a spiritual and aesthetic experience, embodying the ideals of the age. Another cultural innovation of the period was the evolution of the tea culture. While tea had been introduced earlier by Zen monks, it was in the Muromachi period that it began to develop into a ritualized practice. Gatherings around tea, known as chinoyu, emphasized simplicity, mindfulness, and appreciation of subtle beauty. The use of rustic utensils, the design of tea rooms, and the quiet formality of the ceremony reflected Zen values. Though the fully codified tea ceremony would emerge later, its foundations were laid during the Ashikaga era. Yet while culture flourished, politics became increasingly unstable. The shogunate's reliance on alliances with daimyo left it vulnerable to factionalism. By the mid-15th century, rivalries among powerful lords erupted into open conflict. The most destructive of these was the Oen War, which broke out in 1467 over disputes of succession within the shogunate and escalated into a nationwide struggle among daimyo. Kyoto itself became a battlefield, devastated by years of fighting. The war marked the collapse of central authority and ushered in the Sengoku Period, an age of constant warfare that would last more than a century. Despite this fragmentation, the cultural achievements of the Ashikaga era continued to resonate. The aesthetics of Zen gardens, ink painting, no drama, and tea culture endured beyond the decline of the shogunate. The ideals of simplicity, restraint, and subtlety that emerged in this period became defining features of Japanese identity, shaping not only art but also the broader worldview of society. The Ashikaga shogunate eventually came to an end in 1573, when Oda Nobunaga, a powerful warlord of the Sengoku era, drove the last Ashikaga shogun from Kyoto. By then, the shogunate's authority had long since eroded, and the country had entered a new age of competing warlords. Yet the Muromachi period, despite its political weaknesses, stands as a high point of cultural creativity. It demonstrated once again that Japanese history often advances along dual tracks: political instability on the one hand, and cultural flourishing on the other. The Ashikaga era illustrates how power and culture can coexist in tension. While the shogunate failed to maintain lasting political unity, it succeeded in fostering artistic and spiritual traditions that continue to define Japan's cultural heritage. From the gilded walls of Kinkakuji to the meditative stones of Kinkakuji, from the haunting rhythms of No theatre to the simplicity of tea, the Muromachi period left a legacy that endures in every corner of Japanese art and identity. Sengoku Chaos. The 15th century closed with Japan plunged into one of the most turbulent eras in its history. The Nin War, beginning in 1467, had devastated the capital of Kyoto and shattered what little cohesion remained under the Ashikaga shogunate. What followed was the Sengoku period, literally the Warring States era, lasting from the mid-15th century into the late 16th. During this time, central authority virtually collapsed, and the country fragmented into a patchwork of competing warlords, each striving for survival and dominance. It was an age of shifting alliances, incessant battles, castle building, and innovation in both military strategy and governance. Out of this chaos, a new Japan would eventually emerge, unified under leaders who could harness both military might and political acumen. The causes of the Sengoku era lay in the structural weaknesses of the Ashikaga Shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura regime, which had maintained tighter control through a system of provincial governors and estate stewards, the Ashikaga depended heavily on the loyalty of powerful daimyo, regional lords who commanded large domains. By the 15th century, these daimyo had grown increasingly autonomous, managing their own armies of samurai, enforcing their own laws, and often ignoring directives from Kyoto. The Nin War accelerated this process. Ostensibly, a dispute over succession within the Ashikaga family, the conflict quickly escalated into a struggle between rival coalitions of daimyo. Kyoto, once the cultural heart of Japan, was reduced to ashes, and the authority of the shogunate never recovered. In the Sengoku world, power was local. Each daimyo sought to expand his territory and secure his borders, waging war against neighbours and forging alliances when expedient. Castles became central to this struggle. Unlike the earlier palaces of Kyoto or the monastic complexes of Zen Buddhism, Sengoku castles were heavily fortified structures built on strategic hilltops or plains, surrounded by moats, stone walls, and wooden defences. They served as both military strongholds and administrative centres. The construction of such fortresses reshaped the landscape as domains became organised around these centres of power. The military character of the Sengoku period also fostered changes in tactics and weaponry. The traditional image of the samurai as mounted archers gave way to more versatile forms of combat. Infantry armed with spears, known as ashigaru, became increasingly important, providing daimyo with large armies beyond the small bands of hereditary samurai. By the mid-16th century, firearms introduced by Portuguese traders would further transform warfare, but even before that, strategies, emphasizing mass formations and coordinated attacks, marked a departure from the individualized combat of earlier times. Battles became larger in scale, with tens of thousands of soldiers sometimes engaged in prolonged campaigns. The Sengoku era also witnessed significant social change. The rigid hierarchies of the Heian and Kamakura systems loosened under the pressures of constant warfare. Talented individuals could rise through military service, regardless of birth, while weaker clans were destroyed or absorbed. The mobility of warriors and the fluidity of alliances created opportunities for ambitious figures to carve out positions of power. This environment would eventually allow leaders such as Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu to rise from relative obscurity to national prominence. Religious institutions, which had played powerful roles in earlier centuries, also became embroiled in the conflicts of the Sengoku era. Monasteries and temple complexes, many of them wealthy and fortified, often acted as independent powers. The so-called Iko-Iki, leagues of militant Buddhist followers, resisted the domination of daimyo and sometimes controlled entire provinces. These movements, particularly those associated with the Jodo Shinshu, or True Pure Land sect, combined religious devotion with military organization, posing a formidable challenge to both secular and military leaders. The presence of these groups added another dimension to the chaos, blurring the lines between political, military, and spiritual authority. Despite the turmoil, the Sengoku period was not solely an age of destruction. It was also a time of remarkable creativity and adaptation. Castle towns grew into centers of commerce, attracting merchants, artisans, and farmers seeking protection and economic opportunity. The constant need for resources and supplies stimulated trade networks, both within Japan and with foreign merchants who arrived by sea. Portuguese traders brought not only firearms but also new goods and ideas, including Christianity, which found followers among certain daimyo and common people alike. This infusion of foreign influence added to the dynamism of the period. Culturally, the ideals of Zen continued to permeate the arts, even amidst warfare. The development of the tea ceremony accelerated under the guidance of tea masters such as Sen no Rikyu, who emphasized simplicity, humility, and the appreciation of imperfection values that contrasted starkly with the violence of the age but offered spiritual grounding. No theatre continued to thrive, supported by daimyo patrons who sought cultural legitimacy alongside military power. Ink painting, garden design, and architecture all reflected the blend of martial austerity and refined taste that characterized the era's leading figures. The Sengoku period also brought to the forefront the concept of strategic unification. Some daimyo pursued policies not only of conquest but of administrative reform. They standardized laws, encouraged agriculture, and organized taxation to stabilize their domains. Leaders such as Uesugi Kenshin in Echigo and Takeda Shingen in Kai became renowned not only as warriors but as effective governors. Their efforts demonstrated that enduring power required more than military strength. It demanded the ability to administer and cultivate prosperity within one's lands. The conflicts of the Sengoku period were relentless, but they were not aimless. Over time, the pattern of warfare and alliance building led to the consolidation of larger domains under fewer but more powerful leaders. The smaller, weaker lords were absorbed, leaving only the most capable daimyo in control of significant territories. This process of natural selection in the political sphere paved the way for eventual unification. By the mid-16th century, figures like Oda Nobunaga began to envision not just survival, but the conquest of the entire country. The Sengoku period, therefore, represents both the nadir and a turning point in Japanese history. It was an age of violence, disunity, and suffering for many ordinary people, yet it also fostered the conditions for renewal. Out of its turmoil emerged new forms of governance, new military technologies, and new cultural expressions. The castles, the tea rooms, the ink paintings, and the evolving ethos of the samurai all bore the imprint of this age of war. And in the crucible of its chaos, Japan prepared for the dramatic transformations that would come with the great unifiers of the 16th century. Oda Nobunaga's campaign, the long century of the Sengoku period, forged a Japan fractured by countless wars, alliances, betrayals, and shifting domains. By the mid-16th century, however, the chaos began to narrow toward unification under a series of extraordinary leaders. The first of these was Oda Nobunaga, a daimyo from Owari province, whose ruthlessness, innovation, and ambition allowed him to break the stalemate of the warring states and begin the process of reunifying the country. Nobunaga's campaigns, spanning the 1562nd through the 1582nd, marked the beginning of the end of the Sengoku period and reshaped Japan in both political and cultural terms. Nobunaga was born in 1534, heir to a relatively minor domain in central Honshu. Owari was strategically located, but compared to powerful neighbours like the Imagawa, Takeda, and Uesugi clans, the Oda seemed insignificant. Nobunaga's early years gave little indication of his future. Contemporary accounts describe him as eccentric and unconventional, often disregarding the rigid etiquette of samurai society. Yet behind this exterior lay a bold and calculating strategist who recognized the possibilities offered by the fractured political landscape of his time. The turning point of Nobunaga's career came in 1560 at the Battle of Okahazama. The powerful Imagawa clan, commanding a force of perhaps 25,000 troops, marched westward toward Kyoto, aiming to expand their influence. Nobunaga, with only around 3,000 men, faced near certain defeat. Instead of retreating, he launched a daring surprise attack during a thunderstorm, striking at the enemy encampment while the Imagawa celebrated in apparent security. The Imagawa commander was killed, and the massive army collapsed in confusion. This victory catapulted Nobunaga to prominence and demonstrated his willingness to take risks and exploit opportunity with ruthless precision. Following Okehazama, Nobunaga steadily expanded his power in central Honshu. He consolidated control over Owari, then moved into neighboring provinces, defeating rivals and forging alliances where expedient. One of his most significant alliances was with Tokugawa Ieyasu, then a young daimyo in Mikawa province. The two men, bound by mutual interest and geographic proximity, forged a partnership that would endure through decades of upheaval and ultimately pave the way for unification under Ieyasu's later Tokugawa Shogunate. Nobunaga's ambition extended beyond mere survival. He recognized that lasting dominance required control of Kyoto, the imperial capital, which still carried immense symbolic weight. In 1568, Nobunaga marched into Kyoto, installing Ashikaga Yoshiaki as shogun. At first, Nobunaga appeared to support the restoration of shogunal authority, but in practice, he used the shogun as a puppet while consolidating his own control. When Yoshiaki eventually resisted, Nobunaga expelled him, ending the Ashikaga shogunate entirely in 1573. From that point forward, the title of shogun lay vacant, and Nobunaga himself ruled as the de facto national leader. One of Nobunaga's defining traits was his use of new military technology and tactics. The arrival of Portuguese traders in 1543 had introduced firearms to Japan, and while many daimyo experimented with them, Nobunaga grasped their full potential. At the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, facing the famed cavalry of the Takeda clan, Nobunaga deployed ranks of arquebusiers behind wooden stockades, rotating their fire in volleys to maintain continuous shooting. The devastating effect shattered the Takeda forces and demonstrated that the age of mounted archery was over. From that point forward, firearms became central to Japanese warfare, and Nobunaga's reputation as a military innovator was secured. Nobunaga also waged relentless campaigns against his enemies, showing little mercy to those who resisted. The Ikko-Ikki, leagues of militant Buddhist followers, were among his fiercest opponents. These groups, particularly strong in regions such as Kaga and Ise, combined religious devotion with military organization, creating fortified monasteries and mobilizing large numbers of followers. Nobunaga viewed them as a threat not only to his power, but to the stability of the realm. His campaigns against them were brutal, culminating in the destruction of the great temple fortress of Ishiyama Honganji in Osaka after a decade-long siege, and the massacre of thousands at Mount Hiei in 1571. These actions shocked contemporaries, but eliminated major centers of resistance, clearing the way for Nobunaga's consolidation of power. In addition to his military conquests, Nobunaga pursued policies that promoted economic growth and centralized authority. He encouraged free markets by abolishing certain tolls and restrictions on commerce, allowing merchants greater freedom of movement. He promoted the development of castle towns as administrative and economic hubs, where artisans, traders, and farmers could flourish under his protection. By fostering economic vitality, Nobunaga strengthened his domains and tied prosperity to his rule. Nobunaga's personality and methods inspired both admiration and fear. He was ruthless in eliminating rivals and unflinching in the use of violence. At the same time, he displayed openness to new ideas and influences. He welcomed Christian missionaries, seeing in them potential allies against Buddhist institutions, and permitted the spread of Christianity in his domains. He also encouraged cultural pursuits, patronizing the arts and architecture. His castle at Azuchi, constructed on the shores of Lake Biwa, symbolized his vision of centralized power. Unlike earlier castles designed primarily for defense, Azuchi was both fortress and palace, with ornate decorations and towering architecture projecting the grandeur of his authority. By the 1582nd, Nobunaga controlled much of central Japan and had established himself as the dominant power in the country. Yet his career ended abruptly in 1582. While staying at the Honnoji Temple in Kyoto, he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide. Surrounded and outnumbered, Nobunaga took his own life in the ritual of seppuku. His sudden death left a power vacuum and threw the country into uncertainty once again. Although his life ended violently, Nobunaga's legacy was decisive. He destroyed the remnants of the Ashikaga Shogunate, broke the power of militant religious groups, introduced firearms as a dominant force on the battlefield, and laid the economic and political foundations for national unification. His ruthlessness cleared the way for his successors, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu, to complete the work he had begun. The Sengoku chaos, after more than a century of warfare, was finally giving way to the possibility of a unified Japan. Nobunaga remains one of the most controversial figures in Japanese history. To some, he was a brutal warlord who showed little mercy to his enemies. To others, he was a visionary who shattered the old order and ushered in a new age. In truth, he was both ruthless and innovative, destructive and creative, a leader who embodied the contradictions of his time. His campaigns marked the beginning of Japan's transformation from a land of fragmented warlords to a unified state poised to enter the early modern era. Toyotomi Hideyoshi's rule. The sudden death of Oda Nobunaga in 1582 at the hands of his general Akechi Mitsuhide created a vacuum at the very center of Japan's fragile march toward unification. For over a century, the country had been torn by Sengoku chaos, with warlords rising and falling in a ceaseless struggle for dominance. Nobunaga had subdued rivals, broken the Ashikaga Shogunate, and crushed militant religious leagues. But his unfinished task left Japan once more at risk of fragmentation. Into this turbulent moment stepped Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a man of extraordinary talent and ambition whose rise from humble origins to ruler of Japan remains one of the most remarkable stories in world history. Hideyoshi was born in 1537, the son of a peasant foot soldier in Owari province. Unlike most samurai leaders, he had no distinguished lineage, no inherited lands, and no established network of vassals. Yet through resourcefulness, charisma, and sheer determination, he entered the service of Oda Nobunaga and quickly distinguished himself. Hideyoshi possessed a keen intelligence and a gift for negotiation, often succeeding where brute force alone failed. His skill in logistics and strategy earned Nobunaga's trust, and he rose steadily through the ranks. By the time of Nobunaga's assassination, Hideyoshi was already one of his most capable generals, commanding significant forces and governing key territories. When news of Nobunaga's death reached Hideyoshi, he acted with characteristic speed. Within days he confronted and defeated Akechi Mitsuhide at the Battle of Yamazaki, avenging his fallen lord, and claiming the mantle of leadership for himself, though other Oda generals, including Shibata Katsui, contested his authority. Hideyoshi maneuvered skillfully, winning both on the battlefield and in diplomacy. By 1583, after the decisive Battle of Shizugatake, he emerged as Nobunaga's principal successor. Over the next decade, Hideyoshi extended his power across the country, bringing daimyo under his control through a mixture of military campaigns, alliances, and political settlements. Hideyoshi's approach to unification differed from Nobunaga's ruthless reliance on force. While he did not hesitate to use military power when necessary, he preferred to incorporate rivals through negotiation, marriage alliances, and careful balancing of interests. He displayed an unusual ability to win the loyalty of former enemies, offering them positions of responsibility and allowing them to retain some authority in exchange for obedience. This pragmatic style allowed him to consolidate power more broadly and quickly than might otherwise have been possible. By the 1592nd, Hideyoshi had brought virtually all of Japan under his rule. His final major campaign was against the Hojo clan, who controlled the Kanto region from their fortress at Odawara. In 1590, Hideyoshi launched a massive siege, surrounding the castle with an army estimated at over 200,000 men. Facing overwhelming force and unable to secure allies, the Hojo surrendered, marking the end of significant military resistance. With their defeat, Hideyoshi stood as master of a unified Japan, the first leader to accomplish what had eluded generations of warlords since the outbreak of the Sengoku conflict. Once he secured unification, Hideyoshi turned to governance, recognizing that lasting peace required more than military victory. He implemented sweeping reforms that restructured Japanese society. One of the most significant was the sword hunt of 1588, a nationwide edict requiring peasants to surrender their weapons. By confiscating swords, Hideyoshi sought to prevent uprisings and enforce the division between warriors and commoners. This policy reinforced a rigid class system. Samurai were to serve as soldiers and administrators, peasants were to farm, artisans to craft, and merchants to trade. The separation of classes stabilized society and limited the mobility that had characterized the chaotic Sengoku era. Hideyoshi also conducted the land surveys known as the Taiko Kenshi. These surveys measured the productivity of land across the country, establishing a standardized system of taxation based on rice yields. By calculating land value in koku, the amount of rice sufficient to feed one person for a year, Hideyoshi created a consistent economic framework that allowed the central government to assess and distribute resources effectively. These reforms not only enhanced revenue, but also tied daimyo power directly to measurable resources, reducing ambiguity and potential disputes. Hideyoshi's vision extended beyond administration to culture and display. Though of humble origins, he sought to project grandeur worthy of a ruler. He constructed magnificent castles, the most famous being Osaka Castle, a massive fortress with imposing stone walls and golden ornamentation. These structures were not merely military bastions, but symbols of authority, designed to awe both allies and subjects. He also patronized the arts, supporting no theatre, tea culture, and lavish displays of wealth. His taste sometimes leaned toward extravagance, as seen in his gilded tea rooms, but his patronage ensured that cultural life continued to flourish under his rule. In foreign affairs, Hideyoshi's ambitions reached beyond Japan's shores. With the country unified, he turned his attention outward, envisioning conquests that would extend Japanese influence across East Asia. In 1592, he launched an invasion of Korea, mobilizing a vast army that crossed the sea and quickly captured much of the Korean peninsula. However, the campaign soon faltered. Korean resistance, supported by Ming China, inflicted severe losses on Japanese forces. Admiral Yi Sun's naval victories disrupted Japanese supply lines, and the war devolved into a costly stalemate. A second invasion in 1597 achieved little, and by the time of Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Japanese forces were in retreat. These campaigns drained resources and left little lasting benefit, though they underscored the scale of Hideyoshi's ambition. Hideyoshi's final years were marked by concern over succession. He had risen from obscurity to become the most powerful man in Japan, but as he had no legitimate lineage comparable to the great warrior clans, his authority rested precariously on personal achievement. He designated his young son Hideyori as heir, establishing a council of regents to govern until the boy came of age. Yet the arrangement was unstable, for ambitious figures such as Tokugawa Ieyasu waited for the opportunity to assert themselves. Hideyoshi's death in 1598 left the future uncertain, and within a few years the question of succession would ignite new struggles. Despite the eventual collapse of his foreign ventures and the fragility of his dynasty, Hideyoshi's achievements within Japan were lasting. He ended the Sengoku chaos, unified the country under a central authority, restructured society through class divisions and land surveys, and fostered economic and cultural development. His policies laid the groundwork for the stability of the Tokugawa shogunate that followed. Hideyoshi himself is remembered as a figure of extraordinary talent and contradictions. A peasant who became ruler, a general who preferred diplomacy, a patron of both simplicity and extravagance, a man whose ambitions reached from village rice fields to dreams of continental conquest. The era of Toyotomi Hideyoshi demonstrated that unification was possible, but it also revealed the fragility of power based on personal authority. His reforms endured, but his dynasty did not. The task of securing Japan's future would pass to another, one who combined patience with long-term vision. That figure was Tokugawa Ieyasu, the final great unifier of Japan. Okugawa Ieyasu's victory. The death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi in 1598 left Japan at a crossroads. For the first time in more than a century of civil war, the islands were unified under a single authority. Yet that authority was fragile, held together by the personal prestige of a leader whose origins lay outside the traditional networks of samurai aristocracy. Hideyoshi had sought to secure succession through his young son Hideyori, establishing a council of regents drawn from the most powerful daimyo to govern until the boy came of age. But power in Sengoku Japan was never easily shared. The uneasy balance of this regency quickly fractured, as ambition and mistrust drove the country once more toward conflict. In the end, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient strategist and one-time ally of both Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, who emerged victorious. His triumph at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 decided the fate of Japan and laid the foundation for the Tokugawa Shogunate, a regime that would govern for more than 2.5 centuries. Tokugawa Ieyasu was born in 1543-inch Mikawa province, a minor domain caught between the greater powers of the Imagawa, Oda, and Takeda clans. As a child, he was taken hostage by the Imagawa, a common practice meant to secure alliances, and spent much of his youth under their supervision. When Nobunaga defeated the Imagawa at Okehazama in 1560, Ieyasu seized the opportunity to assert his independence. He allied with Nobunaga, a relationship that would define much of his early career. Together, they fought campaigns that reshaped central Japan. Ieyasu earned a reputation as a reliable commander and a cautious yet effective strategist, known less for daring brilliance than for steadiness and foresight. After Nobunaga's death in 1582, Ieyasu submitted to Hideyoshi's rising authority, recognizing that resistance would be costly and premature. He fought under Hideyoshi's banner, though always maintaining his own power base in the east. When Hideyoshi died, Ieyasu was the most experienced and resourceful of the regents appointed to guide the succession. He moved carefully, consolidating alliances with key daimyo while testing the loyalties of others. His position was strongest in eastern Japan, where his domains in the Kanto region provided extensive resources and manpower. Opposition coalesced around Ishida Mitsunari, a court official and general loyal to the Toyotomi legacy. Ishida, though skilled in administration, lacked broad military support and charisma among the samurai. Nevertheless, he rallied many daimyo who feared Tokugawa domination, forming what became known as the Western Army. Ieyasu, leading the Eastern Army, mobilized his own allies and retainers, drawing strength from his control of vast lands and his reputation as a stable leader. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on the 21st of October, 1600, in the misty valley of Mino province, became the largest and most consequential battle in Japanese history. The two armies, together numbering perhaps 150,000 men, faced one another in formations stretching across the fog-bound fields. At first, the Western Army held advantageous positions, but the loyalties of several key daimyo were uncertain. Ieyasu had worked tirelessly in advance, negotiating with potential adversaries, offering promises of land and titles in exchange for defection. As the battle unfolded, these secret deals bore fruit. Several Western commanders held back or switched sides, tipping the balance decisively in Ieyasu's favor. The fighting itself was fierce, with volleys of arquebus fire, charges of spearmen, and the clash of swords echoing across the valley. Yet the Western Army, betrayed from within and poorly coordinated, collapsed under the sustained assault. Ishida Mitsunari was captured soon after and executed. With Sekigahara, Tokugawa Ieyasu secured not only military victory, but also the legitimacy to reshape Japan's political order. In 1603, the emperor formally granted him the title of Seitai Shogun, marking the beginning of the Tokugawa Shogunate. Ieyasu's triumph was not simply a matter of battlefield success. His real genius lay in the long-term consolidation of power. Unlike Nobunaga's ruthlessness or Hideyoshi's charisma, Ieyasu embodied patience, calculation, and an understanding of institutions. He redistributed land to reward allies and weaken rivals, ensuring that the most powerful daimyo were either bound by loyalty or isolated by geography. Those who had opposed him were either dispossessed or moved to distant regions where they could pose little threat. He established his capital at Edo, a fishing village that he transformed into a great city, later to become Tokyo. By shifting the political center eastward, he both distanced himself from the old court intrigues of Kyoto and built a new foundation for centralized rule. In his governance, Ieyasu combined pragmatism with foresight. He reinforced the class divisions initiated under Hideyoshi, ensuring that samurai remained distinct from peasants, artisans, and merchants. He codified systems of landholding and taxation, anchoring authority in measurable resources. Perhaps most significantly, he devised policies to keep the daimyo under control, balancing autonomy with loyalty. Though the full system of sankin kotai, or alternate attendance at Edo, would be formalized under his successors, its seeds lay in Ieyasu's recognition that the presence and resources of the daimyo had to be carefully managed. Ieyasu also moved cautiously with regard to foreign relations. The arrival of Europeans in the 16th century had brought firearms, trade, and Christianity. Nobunaga and Hideyoshi had alternately encouraged and restrained these influences. Ieyasu, pragmatic as ever, initially welcomed trade with Portuguese and Dutch merchants, recognizing the value of firearms and goods. He tolerated Christianity in the short term, though with growing suspicion, and by the end of his life began policies of restriction that his successors would expand into full isolation. His goal was always stability. Foreign influence was acceptable only so long as it did not disrupt the delicate balance of his authority. Tokugawa Ieyasu died in 1616, but by then his legacy was secure. His dynasty would rule Japan for over 250 years, presiding over an era of relative peace, economic growth, and cultural flourishing known as the Edo Period. His victory at Sekigahara, and the careful policies that followed, transformed the legacy of the Sengoku chaos into a lasting order. Where Nobunaga had broken the old system, and Hideyoshi had unified through charisma and reform, Ieyasu institutionalized stability, building structures that would endure for generations. The Tokugawa period was not without its challenges, but it rested on the foundation that Ieyasu created. His triumph represented not merely the end of the Sengoku period, but the birth of a new Japan, unified, centralized, and prepared to enter a long age of peace. The valley of Sekigahara, once filled with the smoke and cries of battle, became the silent marker of a decisive turning point in Japanese history. The Edo Peace, with Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new age. For centuries, warfare had defined the rhythm of political life, the rise and fall of clans, the clash of rival daimyo, the devastation of Kyoto, and the endless cycle of alliance and betrayal. Now, for the first time since the Heian period, the prospect of lasting peace became a reality. The era that followed, known as the Edo period, after the Tokugawa capital lasted more than 2.5 centuries, from 1603 to 1868. It was a time of political stability, economic growth, and cultural flowering that reshaped Japan's society from the ground up. The cornerstone of this peace was the Tokugawa political system, carefully designed to prevent the resurgence of Sengoku chaos. Ieyasu and his successors recognized that the greatest threat to stability lay in the power of the regional daimyo, who had been the central actors of the warring states. To neutralize them, without completely stripping them of authority, the Tokugawa established a finely balanced system of control. Daimyo were permitted to rule their domains, or han, but they were placed under strict obligations to the shogunate. Lands were redistributed so that allies of the Tokugawa controlled strategically vital regions, while potentially hostile lords were moved to distant provinces where they could be more easily monitored. The most famous of these measures was the policy of sankin kotai, or alternate attendance. Beginning in the 1632nd, each daimyo was required to spend alternating years in Edo, leaving his family there as semi-permanent hostages when he returned to his domain. This arrangement ensured loyalty by tying the daimyo personally to the shogunate while simultaneously draining their resources, since maintaining residences in both Edo and the provinces was enormously costly. The result was a weakening of independent military power and the integration of the daimyo into a national system centered on the Tokugawa. At the top of this system stood the shogun, supported by a council of elders and senior officials who managed affairs of state. Beneath them, a hierarchy of retainers and administrators extended the shogunate's reach across the archipelago. The emperor remained in Kyoto, revered as a sacred figure and source of legitimacy, but stripped of political power. This dual arrangement, in which symbolic authority rested with the imperial throne while practical governance belonged to the shogun, provided stability by separating ritual from rule. The Tokugawa order also reinforced social divisions. Society was formally structured into four main classes: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants. Samurai, no longer needed for constant warfare, became a bureaucratic and administrative elite, supported by stipends rather than landholdings. Peasants, the largest group, were bound to the land and tasked with producing rice, the basis of taxation and economic value. Artisans contributed crafts, while merchants facilitated trade. Though merchants technically occupied the lowest rank, their role grew increasingly important as commerce expanded in the peaceful Edo economy. This rigid structure, codified in law and custom, aimed to maintain order and prevent the fluidity that had characterized the Sengoku period. Peace transformed the economy. Without the devastation of constant war, agricultural productivity increased. Advances in irrigation, new crops, and improved tools allowed farmers to expand yields. Rice became the measure of wealth, but trade in other goods also flourished. Market towns developed around castle centres, drawing artisans and merchants into bustling communities. Edo itself grew rapidly, swelling into one of the largest cities in the world. With over 1 million inhabitants by the 18th century, Osaka became a hub of commerce, while Kyoto retained its role as a cultural capital. A network of roads, including the famous Tokaido linking Edo and Kyoto, facilitated travel and trade. The Tokugawa also addressed foreign relations with caution. The arrival of Europeans in the 16th century had introduced firearms, Christianity, and new trade opportunities. Nobunaga and Hideyoshi had alternately welcomed and restricted these influences. Ieyasu initially tolerated European merchants and missionaries, even granting the Dutch and English permission to establish trading posts. But by the 1632nd, the shogunate adopted a policy of sakoku, or closed country. Christianity was banned and brutally suppressed after the Shimabara Rebellion of 1637-1638, a peasant uprising in Kyushu that the authorities associated with Christian influence. Portuguese traders were expelled, and only limited trade with the Dutch at Nagasaki and with Chinese merchants was permitted. This isolationist policy was designed not out of ignorance, but as a deliberate effort to maintain stability by controlling foreign influence. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained largely closed to the outside world, developing its culture and economy in relative isolation. The long peace of the Edo period nurtured cultural creativity. With samurai no longer occupied in constant warfare, attention turned to scholarship, philosophy, and the arts. Neo-Confucianism, imported from China, became the intellectual orthodoxy of the shogunate, emphasizing hierarchy, duty, and order. At the same time, popular culture flourished in the growing cities. Kabuki theatre emerged as a vibrant form of entertainment, combining drama, music, and elaborate staging. The woodblock prints of ukiyo-e, depicting actors, courtesans, landscapes, and scenes of daily life, captured the spirit of the floating world. The pleasure quarters and urban culture of Edo and Osaka. The stability of the Tokugawa regime also fostered historical and literary scholarship. Scholars compiled chronicles, investigated Shinto traditions, and debated the role of Japan in the world. Artistic innovations in poetry, painting, and garden design continued the legacies of earlier centuries, often infused with the values of simplicity and restraint shaped by Zen. The tea ceremony reached new heights under masters who codified its rituals, reinforcing ideals of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Everyday life, too, reflected these cultural influences, as families participated in seasonal festivals, local shrines, and community networks. Yet the Edo Peace was not without tensions. The rigid class system, while stabilizing, created frustrations, particularly for merchants whose economic power grew despite their low official status. Samurai, dependent on stipends that often lagged behind inflation, sometimes faced financial difficulties. Peasant uprisings occasionally erupted in protest of taxation or famine. Natural disasters and famines, such as the Great Tenmei Famine of the 1782nd, exposed the vulnerabilities of the system. Still, these crises did not overthrow the regime, which endured by adapting policies and balancing the interests of different groups. The Edo period's defining feature remained its stability. For more than 250 years, Japan experienced no major wars on its soil. Generations grew up without the devastation of Sengoku battles, and entire lifetimes passed under the calm authority of the Tokugawa. This unprecedented peace allowed the Japanese people to build one of the most vibrant pre-modern societies in the world, blending tradition and innovation, restraint and creativity, isolation and self-sufficiency. By the early 19th century, however, the outside world would once again intrude. Western powers, armed with new technologies and driven by expanding empires, would force Japan to reconsider its policy of isolation. But for the long span from the early 17th century to the mid-19th, the Tokugawa Shogunate preserved a peace that transformed Japan from a land of warring lords into a unified society, rich in culture and stable in governance. The Edo period remains one of the most remarkable examples of long-term political stability in world history. Society under Tokugawa rule. The long Edo peace created by Tokugawa Ieyasu and his descendants was not only a political achievement, but also a social experiment. For more than 250 years, from the early 17th century to the mid-19th, Japanese society was organized under a carefully regulated order designed to preserve stability, prevent the return of civil war, and ensure the authority of the Tokugawa Shogunate. This system rested on a rigid class hierarchy, codified customs, and the deliberate management of economic and cultural life. To understand the Edo period fully, it is necessary to examine how people lived under Tokugawa rule, how warriors, farmers, artisans, merchants, and religious communities interacted within a society that prized order above all else. At the top of the social structure stood the samurai class, which had once been defined by warfare, but was now transformed into an administrative elite. Samurai no longer lived primarily on battlefields, but in castle towns, where they served as bureaucrats, magistrates, tax collectors, and retainers of the daimyo. They wore swords as symbols of their status, and continued to be trained in martial skills. But in daily life, they functioned as the governing class, supported by stipends drawn from agricultural taxes. This transition created tensions. Many samurai struggled to adapt to roles that demanded literacy and administrative ability rather than swordsmanship. Over time, as the economy grew more complex, stipends failed to keep pace with inflation, leaving many samurai in debt and dependent on loans from the very merchants they were supposed to outrank. Still, the ideology of the Tokugawa state upheld the samurai as the moral backbone of society, guardians of loyalty, discipline, and order. Beneath the samurai were the peasants, who formed the majority of the population and bore the greatest share of responsibility for sustaining the system. Agriculture was the foundation of the Tokugawa economy, with rice serving both as the staple food and the measure of wealth. Taxes were assessed in rice, and the productivity of land determined the power of daimyo domains. Peasants were legally bound to the land, forbidden to leave without permission, and subject to heavy taxation. Yet their labor supported not only their families, but also the stipends of the samurai and the economic life of the towns. Life in the villages followed the rhythms of the agricultural cycle, marked by planting, harvest, and seasonal festivals. Local communities often organized themselves through mutual responsibility groups, where households were collectively accountable for maintaining order and paying taxes. Though bound by obligations, peasants developed strong communal ties and traditions that gave meaning to rural life. The next rank was the artisan class, concentrated in the castle towns and cities that grew under Tokugawa rule. Artisans produced the tools, textiles, ceramics, and goods that supported both daily life and cultural pursuits. Skilled craftsmen created swords, armor, lacquerware, and woodblock prints, contributing to the rich material culture of the Edo period. While technically ranked below peasants in the official hierarchy, artisans often enjoyed relative prosperity, especially in urban centers, where demand for their products was steady. Their workshops and guilds became important elements of the urban economy, linking the worlds of production and commerce. At the bottom of the official hierarchy stood the merchants, whose role was to facilitate trade and finance. Ironically, while ranked lowest in status, merchants grew increasingly powerful as the economy expanded. With agriculture producing surpluses and cities demanding goods, merchants organized distribution networks that linked villages, towns, and major markets. Osaka emerged as the hub of rice trading, while Edo developed vibrant commercial districts filled with shops, theaters, and entertainment quarters. Some merchant families amassed immense fortunes, becoming patrons of the arts and quietly influencing politics through loans to cash-strapped daimyo and samurai. Their rising power created tensions within the rigid hierarchy, as reality often contradicted ideology. In addition to these four main classes, there existed groups who lived outside or on the margins of the official system. The Eta and Hinin, often labeled as outcasts, performed tasks considered impure, such as handling leather, butchery, or executions. They faced severe discrimination, confined to separate communities, and denied many rights. Their existence revealed the limitations of Tokugawa order, which proclaimed harmony, yet maintained deep social exclusions. At the same time, religious institutions, Buddhist temples, and Shinto shrines continued to play central roles in community life. Buddhism was harnessed to the state through the temple registration system, requiring every household to affiliate with a temple, partly as a means of monitoring Christianity. Shinto rituals, meanwhile, reinforced local identity and seasonal rhythms. Together, these traditions provided spiritual frameworks that blended with social order. Education under the Tokugawa also expanded, reflecting both the needs of a bureaucratic samurai class and the curiosity of urban society. Domain schools taught Confucian ethics and administration to samurai children, while temple schools, or terrakoya, offered basic literacy and numeracy to commoners. By the 18th and 19th centuries, Japan had one of the highest literacy rates in the world, fueling a vibrant publishing industry. Woodblock printed books, popular fiction, and instructional manuals circulated widely, making knowledge and entertainment accessible beyond the elite. Urban culture flourished, particularly in Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto. The Ukiyo, or floating world, described the pleasure quarters, theatres, and entertainment districts that attracted townspeople, merchants, and even samurai. Kabuki theatre, with its colourful costumes, dynamic performances, and themes drawn from both history and contemporary life, became a defining form of entertainment. Puppet theatre, or bunraku, likewise captivated audiences with its sophisticated storytelling and music. Woodblock prints, or ukiyo-e, depicted actors, courtesans, and landscapes, creating a visual record of the vibrancy of urban life. These cultural forms celebrated both the joys and the transience of existence, echoing older Buddhist themes while embracing the pleasures of the present. The Tokugawa order was not static. Economic growth, shifting demographics, and cultural change gradually strained the rigid hierarchy. Merchants grew wealthier than many samurai, undermining the official ideology that placed warriors above traders. Peasants, burdened by taxes, sometimes revolted, particularly during famines, or when local lords imposed excessive demands. Samurai, caught between their status and their financial struggles, often turned to scholarly pursuits or administrative service, redefining their role within society. These tensions did not destroy the system, but they foreshadowed the pressures that would eventually challenge Tokugawa rule in the 19th century. Despite these contradictions, society under Tokugawa rule achieved a remarkable balance. For more than 2 centuries, Japan remained at peace, its people secure from the devastation of civil war. Villages maintained traditions, towns fostered creativity, and cities pulsed with commerce and culture. The stability of the Edo period allowed social life to develop with continuity rarely seen in world history. It was a society both hierarchical and dynamic, constrained by rigid class lines, yet enriched by the creativity of its people. By the dawn of the 19th century, Japan was a land of contrasts, a rigidly ordered society where merchants quietly amassed wealth, a warrior class that wielded swords in symbol but pens in practice, a rural population bound by duty yet sustained by community, and an urban culture that revelled in art, theatre, and the pleasures of the floating world. This was the social fabric of the Tokugawa era, woven tightly enough to endure for centuries, yet already carrying within it the threads of change that would unravel the old order in the century to come. Economy and urban growth. The long peace of the Edo period created the conditions for a remarkable transformation in Japan's economy. For centuries, conflict had drained resources, destroyed villages, and disrupted trade. Now, under the Tokugawa shogunate's carefully managed stability, agriculture flourished, commerce expanded, and cities grew into some of the largest and most vibrant in the world. From the 17th through the 19th centuries, Japan witnessed steady economic development that reshaped the daily lives of its people and laid the foundation for the country's later modernization. At the core of the Edo economy was agriculture, especially rice. Rice was not only the staple food but also the basis of taxation and wealth. Measured in koku, the amount of rice required to feed one person for a year. Daimyo domains were assessed by their rice productivity, and samurai stipends were calculated in rice. The Tokugawa regime implemented land surveys and taxation systems to ensure consistent revenue, stabilizing agricultural production. Over time, new irrigation systems, improved tools, and the introduction of additional crops such as sweet potatoes, cotton, and tea diversified rural output. Farmers experimented with double cropping, planting rice followed by barley or other grains, increasing efficiency, though peasants bore heavy tax burdens. Agricultural surpluses supported population growth and the expansion of markets. The peace of the Edo period also encouraged specialization. Some villages became known for particular products, textiles, sake, or paper, feeding into regional and national trade networks. Rural households engaged in cottage industries, producing goods for sale in addition to subsistence farming. This diversification created new opportunities for wealth and resilience, though it also tied communities more closely to the fluctuations of markets. The expansion of trade transformed Japan's economy. Merchant networks grew to unprecedented levels, linking rural producers with urban consumers. Osaka, known as the nation's kitchen, became the hub of rice trade, where merchants stored and distributed the grain that underpinned the economy. Edo, the political capital, relied on shipments of rice and other goods brought along coastal routes. Kyoto, though no longer the seat of political power, remained a center of luxury goods and culture. These 3 cities formed the economic triangle of early modern Japan, driving commerce and setting trends in consumption. The growth of commerce fostered the rise of a wealthy merchant class, whose influence increasingly challenged the rigid social hierarchy. While officially placed at the bottom of the 4-class system, merchants controlled the flow of goods and credit, giving them power over samurai and daimyo who often relied on loans to cover expenses. Wealthy merchant families such as the Mitsui and Sumitomo expanded into banking, finance, and large-scale trade, laying the foundations for the powerful business conglomerates of modern Japan. Their prosperity was often displayed in lavish mansions and patronage of the arts, even as they navigated the restrictions of a system that denied them official political authority. Urbanization was another hallmark of the Edo economy. The policy of Sankin-kotai, requiring daimyo to maintain alternate residence in Edo, transformed the city into a vast metropolis. Retinues of samurai, artisans, and merchants followed their lords, swelling Edo's population to over 1 million by the 18th century. The city required immense resources, food, clothing, fuel, and entertainment, stimulating commerce across the country. Osaka and Kyoto also grew, though on smaller scales, serving as commercial and cultural capitals. Numerous castle towns developed around regional strongholds, becoming centers of administration and trade. This urban growth created opportunities for artisans, performers, and shopkeepers, contributing to the flourishing of popular culture. Infrastructure supported this economic expansion. The Tokugawa Shogunate invested in road networks, most famously the Tokaido, linking Edo and Kyoto with 53 post stations providing accommodations, supplies, and transport. Other highways connected the major regions, facilitating movement of goods, officials, and travelers. Maritime trade along the coasts also expanded, with ships carrying rice and products from distant provinces to the urban centers. These networks not only supported commerce, but also helped create a sense of national integration, as people and goods circulated more freely than ever before. The Edo economy also witnessed the growth of markets and money economy. Though rice remained the basis of wealth, silver and copper coins circulated widely, and merchants developed sophisticated systems of credit and paper bills. Rice brokers in Osaka functioned as early bankers, issuing receipts that could be exchanged for goods or currency. These financial innovations allowed commerce to expand beyond the limitations of barter, giving rise to a dynamic market economy. Inflation and debt became recurring challenges, especially for samurai dependent on fixed stipends, but overall the monetary system sustained steady growth. The economic prosperity of the period fueled a thriving consumer culture. Urban populations demanded clothing, books, art, and entertainment. The pleasure quarters of Edo and Osaka offered kabuki theatre, bunraku puppet performances, and the services of courtesans, creating what was called the floating world, or ukiyo. Woodblock prints, or ukiyo-e, depicted these scenes with vivid imagery, spreading fashions and ideals to a broad audience. Popular fiction, guidebooks, and poetry circulated widely, reflecting the tastes of townspeople. Merchants and artisans, despite their low official rank, became cultural leaders, shaping trends and sustaining vibrant artistic communities. The Tokugawa government sought to manage these developments through regulation. Sumptuary laws attempted to restrict extravagant spending by commoners, prohibiting certain clothing or displays of wealth, but such measures were only partially effective. Economic reality often undermined ideology. Merchants wielded real power, samurai sank into debt, and peasants sometimes prospered beyond their supposed superiors. These contradictions did not immediately destabilize the regime, but they foreshadowed the pressures that would accumulate by the 19th century. Still, the Edo period remains remarkable for its sustained growth without industrialization. Through improvements in agriculture, expansion of trade, and the rise of urban centers, Japan developed a complex economy capable of supporting one of the largest populations in the world. Its cities became models of early modern urban life, with vibrant cultural scenes, efficient markets, and extensive infrastructure. Unlike many parts of the world that experienced frequent wars or external invasions, Japan's long peace allowed economic and social systems to mature in relative continuity. By the late 18th century, however, strains began to appear. Famines, natural disasters, and mismanagement led to rural unrest. Samurai debts mounted, and the disparity between ideology and economic reality grew sharper. Yet even in crisis, the economy proved resilient, adapting through local innovation and the flexibility of merchant networks. When Japan finally confronted the outside world in the mid-19th century, it did so as a country with a sophisticated market economy, literate population, and strong urban centers, all products of the long Edo Peace. The Tokugawa shogunate's achievement was not simply the imposition of order after the Sengoku chaos, but the creation of conditions in which economy and society could flourish. The rice fields, the bustling markets of Osaka, the crowded streets of Edo, and the flourishing culture of the floating world all testified to the vitality of Japan under Tokugawa rule. The economy was both stable and dynamic, rooted in tradition, yet open to adaptation. It was a system that sustained Japan for centuries, even as it carried within it the seeds of transformation that would emerge in the modern era. Isolation and Sengoku policy. One of the most distinctive features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of controlled isolation from the outside world, known historically as Sakoku, or the closed country system. This policy was not a complete shutting of doors, but rather a careful and deliberate regulation of foreign contact, designed to preserve internal stability, limit disruptive influences, and ensure that the Tokugawa shogunate retained control over the flow of trade, ideas, and faith. From the 1632nd until the mid-19th century, Japan remained largely cut off from direct engagement with Western powers, a decision that profoundly shaped the country's trajectory in both protective and constraining ways. The origins of Sengoku lay in the growing concern over the influence of Christianity. First introduced in 1549 by the Jesuit missionary Francis Xavier, Christianity spread rapidly in some regions of Japan, particularly in Kyushu, where local daimyo welcomed European firearms and trade along with a new religion. By the end of the 16th century, tens of thousands of Japanese had converted, and some estimates suggest the number of believers may have reached several 100,000. Hideyoshi, however, grew wary of the missionaries' political influence, issuing edicts restricting Christianity in the 1582nd and 1592nd. The Tokugawa shogunate inherited these concerns, viewing the faith as a potential threat to both the unity of the realm and the authority of the shogun. The decisive moment came with the Shimabara Rebellion of 1637-1638, a large-scale uprising in Kyushu that combined peasant grievances over taxation with Christian religious fervor. Tens of thousands of rebels, many of them Christian peasants and ronin, fortified themselves in Hara Castle, resisting shogunate forces for months. When the rebellion was finally crushed, the Tokugawa government responded with ruthless severity. Tens of thousands were executed, and Christianity was banned outright. Converts were forced to renounce their faith, and periodic inspections required households to prove affiliation with Buddhist temples. From this point forward, Christianity was driven underground, surviving only in secret communities known as Kakure Kirishitan, hidden Christians who maintained their beliefs in secrecy for centuries. In tandem with suppressing Christianity, the Tokugawa regime crafted policies to control foreign trade. The Portuguese, who had been major players in Japan's overseas commerce, were expelled in 1639, partly due to their association with missionary activity. Spanish traders, similarly linked to missionary networks, were banned even earlier. Only the Dutch and the Chinese were permitted to trade, and even they were confined to carefully regulated conditions. The Dutch East India Company was granted access to a tiny artificial island called Dejima, constructed in the harbour of Nagasaki, where they were strictly monitored and allowed limited contact. Chinese merchants likewise operated under supervision, their activities restricted to designated quarters. The Tokugawa also limited the movement of Japanese people themselves. Edicts forbade subjects from travelling abroad, and those who left were prohibited from returning under penalty of death. Large seagoing vessels were banned, reducing the possibility of overseas exploration. This policy was not absolute isolation, but controlled engagement. Japan continued to trade with Korea through the Tsushima domain, with the Ryukyu kingdom, which itself was subordinated to the Satsuma domain after 1609, and with the Ainu peoples of Hokkaido, These interactions allowed the flow of goods such as Korean ginseng, Ryukyu textiles, and northern resources like fish and furs. Still, the framework of Sengoku ensured that all foreign contact remained tightly regulated and subordinate to the shogunate's authority. Paradoxically, isolation did not mean cultural stagnation. Through the Dutch presence at Dejima, Japan maintained a window onto European knowledge, known as Rangaku, or Dutch learning. Japanese scholars studied Western books on medicine, astronomy, geography, and technology, often translating them into Japanese and adapting them for local use. Anatomical studies, for example, advanced through dissections guided by European texts. Instruments such as telescopes and globes introduced new perspectives on the world. While the flow of knowledge was limited, it was significant enough to keep Japan aware of developments abroad, ensuring that the country was not entirely insulated from global trends. The Sengoku system also fostered internal development. By controlling external influences, the Tokugawa Shogunate ensured that Japan's economy, culture, and society could grow within a relatively self-contained framework. Trade networks within the archipelago flourished, agricultural productivity expanded, and urban culture thrived without major external disruptions. The absence of colonial pressures, which afflicted much of Asia during this era, preserved Japan's independence. While other regions were absorbed into European empires, Japan maintained sovereignty, in part due to its careful regulation of contact. At the same time, isolation carried costs. By the 18th and 19th centuries, Japan lagged behind Europe in industrial technology and military science. The restricted flow of goods and ideas limited exposure to innovations in navigation, weaponry, and manufacturing that were transforming the wider world. When Western powers returned in the mid-19th century with steamships and modern artillery, the gap in technology and organization was stark. Yet the Edo period's long insulation also gave Japan a uniquely coherent cultural identity, deeply rooted in its own traditions and relatively unshaped by foreign domination. The policy of Sengoku lasted more than 2 centuries, a remarkable span for any system of controlled isolation. It was not absolute. Through Nagasaki, Tsushima, Ryukyu, and Matsumai in Hokkaido, Japan remained engaged in limited trade and diplomacy, but its guiding principle was clear: foreign contact was to be managed on Japan's terms, in ways that reinforced the authority of the Tokugawa and minimized the risk of internal disruption. By the early 19th century, however, the world was changing. Western powers, driven by expanding global trade and empire, began pressing against Japan's isolation. Russian ships appeared in the north, British vessels probed the coasts, and American whalers crossed the Pacific in increasing numbers. The Sengoku system, long effective in preserving stability, faced challenges it could not indefinitely withstand. Yet for the 2.5 centuries of Tokugawa peace, it had served its purpose, shielding Japan from external conquest, suppressing internal dissent linked to foreign faiths, and allowing a uniquely Japanese society to flourish in relative autonomy. Arts and culture of Edo Japan. The peace and stability of the Tokugawa era created fertile ground for an extraordinary flowering of Japanese arts and culture. While earlier centuries had seen cultural brilliance concentrated among the court aristocracy or the warrior elite, the Edo period gave rise to a vibrant urban culture shaped not only by samurai but also by merchants, artisans, and townspeople. The result was a remarkable diversity of artistic expression, literature, theatre, painting, prints, and rituals that reflected both the refinement of the elite and the exuberance of the common people. Edo culture was at once grounded in tradition and alive with innovation, embodying the energy of a society that had traded centuries of war for centuries of peace. One of the most striking developments was the rise of ukiyo, the floating world. This term originally carried Buddhist connotations of impermanence, but in Edo Japan, it came to signify the world of entertainment, pleasure, and urban life. The floating world revolved around the licensed pleasure quarters, such as Yoshiwara in Edo, Shimabara in Kyoto, and Shinmachi in Osaka. These districts offered kabuki theatre, puppet plays, tea houses, and the companionship of courtesans. For townspeople and visiting samurai alike, they represented an escape from the rigid hierarchies of daily life into a space of performance, beauty, and indulgence. The culture of ukiyo was not frivolous. It produced enduring artistic forms that shaped Japanese identity for generations. Foremost among these was kabuki theatre, which emerged in the early 17th century and quickly became one of the most popular forms of entertainment. Kabuki combined dramatic storytelling with elaborate costumes, stylized acting, music, and dance. Its plots often drew on historical events or contemporary scandals, blending the heroic with the sensational. Performers developed signature poses, or mi, that froze a climactic moment of emotion in striking visual form. Initially associated with female performers, kabuki was eventually restricted to all male casts, with specialized actors known as onagata mastering the art of playing women's roles. The energy of kabuki captivated audiences, reflecting both the discipline of performance and the vibrancy of popular culture. Parallel to kabuki was bunraku, the puppet theatre of Osaka. Bunraku performances combined intricate puppetry with narration and music, creating a powerful form of storytelling. The puppets, some nearly half life-sized, were manipulated by teams of operators, while a narrator chanted the text, accompanied by shamisen music. The plays of Chikamatsu Monzaemon, often called Japan's Shakespeare, brought bunraku to artistic heights. His works explored themes of love, duty, and tragedy, particularly the shinju, or double suicide plays, in which lovers torn between social obligations and personal passion chose death together. These dramas reflected the tensions of Edo society, where rigid expectations clashed with human desire. Visual arts also thrived, especially in the form of ukiyo-e woodblock prints. Artists such as Hishikawa Morinobu, Kitagawa Utamaro, and later Katsushika Hokusai and Utagawa Hiroshiga created prints depicting actors, courtesans, landscapes, and scenes of daily life. These works, mass-produced and affordable, allowed ordinary townspeople to enjoy art in their homes. Ukiyo-e prints captured the fashions of the pleasure quarters, the drama of kabuki stages, and the beauty of famous places, blending documentation with stylization. The prints also carried subtle social commentary, celebrating the pleasures of the floating world while hinting at its impermanence. By the 19th century, the landscapes of Hokusai's 36 views of Mount Fuji and Hiroshige's 53 stations of the Tokaido expanded the genre, elevating everyday scenes into timeless masterpieces. These prints later inspired European artists in the 19th century, influencing Impressionism and the broader movement of Japanism. Literature in the Edo period reflected both scholarly pursuits and popular taste. The early decades were marked by the haiku poetry of Matsuo Basho, whose journeys across Japan produced verses that combined simplicity with profound insight. Basho's haiku captured fleeting moments of nature and human experience in 17 syllables, embodying the aesthetic of wabi-sabi, the appreciation of impermanence and imperfection. Later writers, such as Ihara Saikaku, crafted prose that depicted the lives of merchants, lovers, and townspeople with wit and detail, offering windows into the daily rhythms of Edo life. Popular fiction flourished in the form of kibyōshi, illustrated books, and satirical works that poked fun at contemporary society. The Edo period also nurtured the tea ceremony, or chinoyu, which reached new heights under the influence of Senno Rikyu and his successors. Tea gatherings emphasized simplicity, ritualized movement, and the appreciation of humble objects. The aesthetics of wabi, or rustic elegance, guided the design of tea rooms and utensils, creating spaces where spiritual depth could be found in everyday acts. The tea ceremony embodied the Zen principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, offering a counterbalance to the bustling energy of urban life. Painting and architecture reflected both continuity and innovation. Kano school painters continued to dominate official commissions, producing large-scale screen paintings with bold brushwork and gold backgrounds. At the same time, new schools experimented with more naturalistic or decorative styles, responding to the tastes of merchants and townspeople. Architecture evolved with the construction of castle towns, temples, and gardens that combined functionality with aesthetic refinement. The gardens of Edo period villas often emphasized strolling paths, integrating ponds, bridges, and borrowed scenery from surrounding landscapes, inviting visitors into immersive experiences of nature shaped by art. Scholarship also flourished in Edo, Japan. Neo-Confucianism provided the ideological foundation for Tokugawa rule, emphasizing hierarchy, duty, and moral order. Yet, alternative schools of thought emerged as well. The Kokugaku, or national learning, movement studied Japan's ancient texts, such as the Kojiki and Manyoshu, seeking to recover a native identity distinct from Chinese influence. Rangaku, or Dutch learning, introduced Western science and medicine, enriching intellectual life. Together, these currents reflected a society that, while isolated in foreign policy, was intellectually dynamic and engaged in debates about identity, morality, and knowledge. The arts and culture of Edo, Japan, were deeply intertwined with the social realities of the time. They reflected the rigid hierarchies and obligations of Tokugawa society, yet they also provided spaces of freedom, creativity, and expression. For samurai, the arts offered refinement and moral cultivation. For merchants and townspeople, they offered entertainment and identity. The floating world, with its theatres, prints, and courtesans, was both a celebration of urban life and a reminder of its fleeting pleasures. The tea ceremony and haiku, by contrast, expressed restraint and simplicity, balancing the excesses of urban culture with reminders of impermanence. By the late Edo period, these cultural forms had matured into traditions that remain central to Japanese identity today. Kabuki and no continue to be performed. Woodblock prints are celebrated worldwide. Haiku is written in many languages, and the tea ceremony remains a symbol of Japanese aesthetics. The arts of the Edo period demonstrate how a society can, in an age of peace, turn its energy inward, creating forms of beauty that endure long after the political structures that nurtured them have faded. Social tensions and peasant uprisings. Though the Edo period is remembered as an age of peace, order, and flourishing culture, beneath its stability lay social tensions that repeatedly erupted in unrest. The Tokugawa system was designed to freeze society into rigid categories: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, with each group assigned roles deemed essential to the functioning of the state. For more than 2 centuries this hierarchy endured, but it did not eliminate hardship, inequality, or the strains of economic change. Particularly in rural areas, where the majority of Japan's population lived, peasants carried the heaviest burdens. Heavily taxed to support the samurai class, vulnerable to famine, and often constrained by inflexible policies, they became the engine of both Japan's prosperity and its periodic crises. Their grievances, sometimes expressed through petitions and sometimes through open revolt, reveal the fragility beneath Tokugawa stability. The foundation of the Tokugawa economy was rice agriculture. Taxes were assessed in rice, and daimyo domains measured their wealth in koku. To maintain order, the shogunate demanded that peasants remain tied to the land, forbidden to migrate without permission, and expected to provide predictable yields, regardless of circumstance. In good years, the system functioned smoothly, with surpluses supporting both the samurai stipends and the growing demands of urban markets. In bad years, however, when floods, droughts, or pests reduced harvests, the weight of taxation became crushing. Daimyo, eager to maintain revenues and their own prestige in Edo, often pressed peasants to meet quotas even in times of scarcity. Famines exposed these tensions most acutely. The Kyoho famine of the 1732nd, the Tenmei famine of the 1733, 1782, and the Tenpo famine of the 1832, all devastated rural communities. Crops failed, food prices soared, and starvation spread across provinces. In such times, peasant unrest became inevitable. Villagers submitted collective petitions, demanding tax reductions or relief, and when these were ignored, more drastic measures followed. Riots, known as uchikowashi, targeted wealthy merchants or officials accused of hoarding grain. Entire communities sometimes rose in revolt, refusing to pay taxes or attacking local authorities. The Shimabara Rebellion of 1637-1638, though rooted in both economic grievances and suppressed Christianity, set an early precedent for the scale of rural unrest. Tens of thousands of peasants and dispossessed samurai joined forces, fortifying Hara Castle in Kyushu and resisting the shogunate for months. Its brutal suppression served as a warning, but it also highlighted the desperation that could drive commoners to take up arms. Later uprisings were usually smaller, but their frequency increased in the 18th and 19th centuries, reflecting mounting pressures on the rural population. These protests were not random outbursts, but followed certain patterns. Villages organized collectively, often through traditional structures of mutual responsibility. Leaders emerged from among wealthier peasants or disaffected lower-ranking samurai, articulating grievances in petitions and coordinating resistance. Revolts rarely sought to overthrow the Tokugawa order itself. Rather, they demanded relief from specific injustices, lower taxes, fairer distribution of rice, or protection against corruption. In this sense, peasant uprisings were both a symptom of systemic stress and a form of negotiation within the rigid framework of Tokugawa society. Urban unrest also played a role. As food shortages struck, riots sometimes broke out in cities such as Edo and Osaka. Crowds attacked rice warehouses or merchant houses, demanding lower prices and redistribution of grain. Merchants, though wealthy, occupied the lowest rank in the official hierarchy and were vulnerable to resentment in times of scarcity. The shogunate responded with a combination of repression and relief measures, occasionally punishing officials or merchants seen as corrupt, but the underlying dynamics of taxation and class tension persisted. The samurai, too, contributed to social strain. As stipends remained fixed, while the money economy expanded, many samurai fell into debt. Unable to live according to their prescribed status, some became discontented or turned to scholarly critiques of the system. A few even supported peasant protests, though more often they were tasked with suppressing them. The contradictions of a warrior class, forced into bureaucratic roles, while merchants grew wealthy through commerce, created a simmering imbalance at the heart of Edo society. The shogunate attempted reforms to address these tensions. The Kyoho reforms of the 1722, the Kansei reforms of the 1792, and the Tempo reforms of the 1842 sought to stabilize finances, encourage frugality, and reinforce social order. These measures included tax adjustments, attempts to curb luxury consumption, and promotion of agricultural productivity, yet they often proved insufficient or counterproductive, alienating both peasants and merchants while failing to resolve long-term issues. Religion and ideology also played roles in social unrest. Buddhist temples provided spiritual and communal support, while Neo-Confucian teachings emphasized obedience and hierarchy. Yet alternative voices emerged. The Kokugaku movement, with its emphasis on native Shinto traditions, encouraged pride in Japan's ancient identity, subtly questioning the authority of the Tokugawa regime. Popular preachers sometimes mobilized crowds with promises of salvation or justice, blending spiritual hope with social protest. By the 19th century, the cumulative effect of peasant uprisings, urban riots, and economic strain weakened the aura of Tokugawa invincibility. While no single revolt threatened to overthrow the shogunate, the persistence of unrest revealed cracks in the system. Each crisis was a reminder that stability rested on the fragile balance of agricultural productivity, tax burdens, and social expectations. These social tensions mattered not only for their immediate effects, but also for what they foreshadowed. When foreign powers arrived in the mid-19th century, forcing Japan to abandon its isolation, the Tokugawa regime faced challenges not only from external pressure, but from within, a society already restless with inequality and dissatisfaction. The peasant uprisings of the Edo period, though localized and limited in scope, revealed the deep undercurrents of discontent that would eventually contribute to the collapse of the Tokugawa order. Thus, the story of Edo Peace is incomplete without the voices of those who struggled beneath its surface. The peasants in their fields, the villagers resisting unjust taxes, the merchants targeted in rice riots, and the samurai burdened by debt all shape the lived reality of Tokugawa society. Their grievances and actions, while rarely revolutionary in intent, were part of the ongoing negotiation between ruler and ruled, order and unrest, stability and strain. In these tensions lay the seeds of change, waiting for the moment when internal pressures and external shocks would combine to bring the old order to an end. Rangaku and Western knowledge. When historians speak of the Tokugawa shogunate's long policy of sakoku, or closed country, it is often imagined as a total barrier against the outside world, a complete turning inward of Japanese civilization. Yet the reality was more complex. The Tokugawa did restrict movement across their borders, forbidding ordinary Japanese from leaving and expelling most Europeans by the 1632nd, but they did not entirely sever connections with the world beyond. Instead, they transformed external contact into a carefully controlled channel, managed on terms dictated by the shogunate itself. Through these narrow gateways, primarily the Dutch trading station at Dejima in Nagasaki, and indirectly through Korea, the Ryukyu Kingdom, and limited interactions with China, knowledge, goods, and ideas continue to reach the islands. Over time, the selective study of this foreign knowledge became known as Rangaku, literally, Dutch learning, a phenomenon that gave Japan a crucial intellectual lifeline to the wider world, even as it cultivated a self-sufficient order at home. The origins of Rangaku lay in the peculiar circumstances of early Tokugawa foreign policy. In the late 16th century, Portuguese traders had dominated Japan's external commerce, bringing firearms, silk, and other goods in exchange for silver and copper. Alongside trade, however, came Christian missionaries, who converted large numbers of Japanese, especially in Kyushu. By the early 17th century, Tokugawa leaders came to see Christianity not merely as a spiritual faith, but as a political threat. The Shimabara Rebellion of 1637-1638, in which many Christian peasants and ronin rose against heavy taxation and injustice, confirmed these fears. The rebellion was brutally suppressed, and in its aftermath, the shogunate expelled the Portuguese, banned Christianity, and tightened restrictions on foreign contact. The Dutch, however, were treated differently. Unlike the Iberians, the Dutch East India Company made no attempt to proselytize. They presented themselves as pragmatic traders interested solely in commerce. For this reason, they were permitted to remain, though confined to the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki Bay. From this tiny enclave, a few Dutch merchants conducted tightly monitored trade under the watchful eye of shogunate officials. They brought textiles, sugar, spices, and curiosities, but more significantly, they carried books, instruments, and fragments of European scientific knowledge. Though contact was limited, it provided a channel through which Western ideas could trickle into Japan, filtered and adapted by interpreters and scholars. At first, this knowledge was narrow and utilitarian. Shogunate officials were particularly interested in gunnery, navigation, and medicine. Japanese interpreters trained in Dutch facilitated communication, translating not only the details of trade, but also snippets of information about geography, astronomy, and natural science. Over time, the study of Dutch itself became a specialized skill, mastered by small groups of scholars who sought to unlock the secrets contained in imported texts. By the late 17th century, curiosity expanded beyond practical concerns to encompass broader realms of science and philosophy. Medicine became one of the earliest and most influential fields of Rangaku. Traditional Chinese medicine, long dominant in Japan, emphasized balance, energy flows, and herbal treatments. While effective in many respects, it lacked the anatomical precision and surgical methods emerging in Europe. In 1774, a group of Japanese physicians, led by Sugita Genpaku, published the Kaitai Shinsho, New Book of Anatomy, a translation of a Dutch anatomical text. The work was revolutionary not only for its content, but for the method by which it had been verified. Genpaku and his colleagues had observed dissections of executed criminals, comparing what they saw with the illustrations in Dutch books. To their astonishment, the diagrams matched reality with astonishing accuracy, far more so than the traditional Chinese models. This realization convinced them of the value of empirical observation, and their book spread these insights widely among Japanese physicians. Astronomy was another area transformed by Rangaku. For centuries, Japan, like China, had relied on traditional cosmological models that placed the Earth at the center of the universe. European texts, however, introduced the Copernican and later Newtonian frameworks, with heliocentric astronomy and precise mathematical calculations. Telescopes brought by the Dutch allowed Japanese scholars to observe celestial bodies directly, confirming theories that challenged older assumptions. While the shogunate sometimes restricted the spread of controversial ideas, fearing political or ideological disruption, interest in Western astronomy grew, influencing calendars, navigation, and even popular curiosity about the heavens. Geography and cartography also benefited. European maps, based on global exploration, contrasted starkly with the more limited Asian world maps previously known in Japan. Scholars marveled at the vastness of continents and the accuracy of coastlines depicted in Western atlases. The realization that Japan was but one part of a larger, interconnected globe expanded horizons, even if Sengoku limited direct engagement. Some Japanese mapmakers began incorporating Western techniques, blending them with native traditions to produce hybrid representations of the world. By the 18th century, Rangaku had developed into a recognized field of study, supported by schools, translators, and scholars. Men such as Hiraga Genai experimented with electricity, minerals, and agricultural improvements, publishing treatises that combined Western insights with Japanese ingenuity. Others investigated chemistry, physics, and natural history. Their work was not merely academic. It often had practical applications in mining, medicine, and engineering. The gradual adoption of microscopes, thermometers, and other instruments introduced new ways of measuring and observing the natural world. The spread of Rangaku was not without obstacles. The Tokugawa shogunate, deeply invested in maintaining stability, monitored the flow of foreign books carefully. Some works were banned if they touched upon Christianity or political theories deemed subversive. Scholars often had to tread carefully, justifying their studies as practical or technical rather than ideological. Yet despite these constraints, Rangaku persisted, driven by curiosity and the evident usefulness of its discoveries. One of the paradoxes of Rangaku is that it flourished precisely because of Sakoku. By confining foreign contact to Nagasaki and restricting it to the Dutch, the shogunate ensured that Western knowledge arrived in controlled doses. This made it easier to absorb without overwhelming established traditions. Scholars could focus on translating and adapting texts without facing wholesale cultural disruption. Moreover, the scarcity of access elevated the value of such knowledge, making it a prized pursuit among the educated elite. The influence of Rangaku extended beyond technical fields into broader cultural attitudes. The emphasis on empirical observation and experiment, though never dominant, offered a counterbalance to the moral and hierarchical frameworks of Neo-Confucianism that underpinned Tokugawa ideology. It encouraged a spirit of questioning, comparison, and openness to new ideas. Some intellectuals began to argue for reforms in agriculture, medicine, and governance, based on insights drawn from Western science. While their proposals rarely challenged the authority of the shogunate directly, they added to a growing current of thought that valued practical results over tradition alone. By the early 19th century, The utility of rangaku became increasingly clear as foreign pressure mounted. Russian ships began probing northern waters. British vessels appeared in the south. American whalers traversed the Pacific. Each encounter underscored Japan's vulnerability to the technological advances of the industrializing West. Rangaku scholars provided the shogunate with information about foreign weapons, ships, and political systems, highlighting the gap between Japan and the powers pressing at its gates. Some domains even began experimenting with Western-style gunnery and shipbuilding, though always under the wary eye of Edo. The significance of rangaku lies not in the immediate transformation it wrought in Edo Japan. It never displaced traditional learning or Neo-Confucian orthodoxy during the Tokugawa centuries, but in the foundation it laid for the future. When Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships arrived in 1853, demanding that Japan open its ports, the country was shocked by the scale of Western power. Yet it was not wholly ignorant. Thanks to rangaku, Japanese scholars had already studied steam engines, cannon, and navigation in theory. They possessed atlases of the world, anatomical knowledge, and an appreciation of Western science. This intellectual groundwork made it possible for Japan to transition, within a few decades, from an isolated feudal society into a modern industrial power. Rangaku thus represents a fascinating paradox. The careful cultivation of openness within a system of closure. It was a channel of curiosity and adaptation within a framework designed for control and preservation. It illustrates the pragmatism of the Tokugawa shogunate, which, while determined to maintain domestic stability and independence, recognized the value of selective knowledge. It also illustrates the resilience of Japanese intellectuals, who, even under restrictions, pursued learning that connected them to the wider world. By the mid-19th century, as the Tokugawa regime faltered under internal unrest and external pressure, rangaku stood as one of the bridges between old and new. It did not challenge the political system directly, but it quietly transformed the intellectual landscape, preparing Japan for the upheavals of the Meiji Restoration. The dissections of Sujita Genpaku, the experiments of Hiraga Genai, the translations of Dutch texts into Japanese, all were steps along a path that led from the closed harbour of Nagasaki to the open ports of a modern nation. In this sense, rangaku was both modest and monumental. Modest, because it touched only a small portion of Edo society, confined to scholars, physicians, and officials with access to Dutch knowledge. Monumental, because its influence extended far beyond its immediate circle, shaping the intellectual foundations upon which Japan would build its rapid transformation in the 19th century. It is a reminder that even in an age of isolation, ideas cannot be fully sealed off, and that curiosity, once awakened, can prepare a society for changes it has not yet imagined. Decline of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate had endured for more than 2.5 centuries, longer than any other military government in Japanese history. It had pacified the country after the chaos of the Sengoku Wars, built an intricate system of political control through alternate attendants and class hierarchies, and presided over an era of unprecedented peace. Yet by the early 19th century, the signs of decline had become unmistakable. Internal strains, economic hardship, social unrest, ideological discontent, combined with the mounting pressure of foreign powers to push the shogunate toward collapse. What had been a robust system of balance and control gradually became brittle, unable to adapt to the rapid changes unfolding both within Japan and across the wider world. The roots of decline lay first in the economic contradictions of the Tokugawa order. The regime had been built on an agrarian foundation, with wealth measured in koku of rice and samurai stipends fixed in those terms. For centuries, this system functioned adequately, but as commerce and markets expanded, money became increasingly central to the economy. Merchants, officially ranked lowest in the social hierarchy, accumulated great fortunes by managing rice exchanges, providing credit, and distributing goods across the archipelago. Samurai, meanwhile, bound to fixed stipends, often fell into debt, borrowing from the very merchants they were supposed to command. Daimyo, compelled to maintain expensive residences in Edo under the Sankin Kotai system, also found themselves financially strained. By the 18th century, the irony was clear. Merchants, once considered socially inferior, wielded more practical economic power than many warriors. This inversion undermined the ideological foundations of the Tokugawa hierarchy. Periodic famines deepened the problem. The Great Tenmai famine of the 1782nd and the Tenpo famine of the 1832nd brought starvation, peasant uprisings, and widespread misery. Natural disasters revealed the vulnerability of an economy tied so heavily to agriculture and the rigidity of a tax system that demanded fixed quotas regardless of harvest conditions. In response, the shogunate attempted reforms, the Kyoho, Kansei, and Tempo, reforms among them each seeking to restore balance through frugality, agricultural improvement, or moral discipline. Yet these measures often backfired. Efforts to restrict luxury alienated townspeople. Attempts to raise taxes angered peasants. Calls for a return to traditional values rang hollow in a society that had long since evolved beyond the early ideals of Tokugawa order. Social unrest increased as these economic strains mounted. Peasants organized protests against unjust taxation, sometimes rioting and attacking rice warehouses or merchant houses. Samurai discontent simmered as debts grew and stipends lost value. Urban riots erupted in Edo and Osaka, fueled by rising food prices and resentment against perceived corruption. Though none of these disturbances threatened the shogunate directly, their frequency revealed cracks in the facade of stability. The very order that had once seemed unshakable was increasingly contested from below. Intellectually, the Tokugawa system also faced challenges. Neo-Confucian orthodoxy, long the ideological backbone of the regime, began to lose its grip. Scholars of the Kokugaku, or national learning movement, turned attention back to Japan's own ancient texts, emphasizing Shinto traditions and questioning the heavy reliance on Chinese models. Others, influenced by Rangaku Dutch, learning advocated for the adoption of Western science and technology, recognizing the widening gap between Japan and the industrializing West. These intellectual currents did not immediately topple the regime, but they eroded its authority by suggesting that alternative visions of order and progress were possible. The greatest challenge, however, came from foreign pressure. For more than 2 centuries, Sengoku had kept Japan relatively insulated from global expansion. Limited contact with the Dutch at Dejima, tributary relations with Korea and Ryukyu, and trade with China maintained a carefully regulated engagement. But by the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Western powers were increasingly assertive in East Asia. Russian ships probed Japan's northern waters. British vessels appeared in the south, following their victories in the Opium Wars. American whalers roamed the Pacific, seeking safe harbors. Each encounter forced the shogunate to confront the limits of its isolationist policies. The crisis reached its climax in 1853, when Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States sailed into Edo Bay with a fleet of steam-powered black ships. The sight of modern warships, bristling with cannon and immune to traditional coastal defenses, shocked Japanese observers. Perry delivered a demand for Japan to open its ports to trade, backed by the implicit threat of force. The shogunate, recognizing its inability to resist militarily, signed the Treaty of Kanagawa in 1854, opening 2 ports to American vessels and granting concessions. Similar treaties soon followed with other Western powers, creating a series of unequal treaties that limited Japanese sovereignty over tariffs and granted extraterritorial rights to foreigners. These treaties exposed the weakness of the Tokugawa regime. For centuries, its legitimacy had rested on the promise of order and protection. Now, confronted by foreign powers, it appeared unable to defend Japan's interests. Samurai and commoners alike criticized the shogunate for capitulating, and debates raged across the country about how to respond. Some advocated adopting Western technology to strengthen Japan. Others called for expelling the foreigners altogether. The slogan Sono Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, captured the growing movement that challenged both the shogunate's authority and its foreign policy. Political divisions deepened as domains such as Satsuma and Choshu took increasingly assertive stances against Edo. These powerful southwestern lords criticized the shogunate's weakness and cultivated their own military strength, often experimenting with Western weapons and shipbuilding. By the 1862nd, the balance of power was shifting. The Tokugawa still commanded resources, but its aura of legitimacy was fading. Peasant unrest, samurai discontent, merchant power, intellectual ferment, and foreign pressure combined to create a volatile mix. The decline of the Tokugawa shogunate, then, was not the result of a single cause, but the convergence of multiple pressures. Economically, the system could not reconcile agricultural foundations with a money-based economy. Socially, its rigid hierarchies clashed with the realities of rising merchant wealth and samurai debt. Intellectually, its reliance on Neo-Confucian orthodoxy faltered before Kokugaku and Rangaku critiques. Politically, its authority was undermined by the inability to respond effectively to foreign demands. And militarily, its outdated defences were exposed by the arrival of Western powers. Yet the shogunate did not collapse immediately. For years after Perry's arrival, it attempted reforms, modernizing its navy, building coastal defences, and experimenting with Western technology. Some officials sincerely sought to adapt, recognizing that Japan could not remain isolated. But divisions within the regime, and between Edo and powerful domains, prevented decisive action. By the mid-1862nd, it was increasingly clear that the Tokugawa system was unsustainable. In the final decade of its rule, the shogunate became a government besieged on all sides, criticized by conservatives who saw it as betraying tradition, challenged by reformers who saw it as obstructing modernization, and pressured by Western powers who demanded concessions. Its eventual overthrow in 1868, in the movement known as the Meiji Restoration, was the culmination of these long-building tensions. But even before that dramatic moment, the decline of the Tokugawa was evident, a once stable order unraveling under the weight of its own contradictions and the inexorable pressures of a changing world. The decline of the Tokugawa shogunate thus represents the twilight of early modern Japan. It was a system that had succeeded magnificently in its own terms, creating peace after centuries of war, nurturing a rich culture, and preserving autonomy in an age of empire. Yet its very stability became its weakness, leaving it unable to adapt quickly when the world around it transformed. In the gathering storm of the 19th century, the old order bent under pressures it could no longer contain, setting the stage for revolution, restoration, and the birth of modern Japan. Arrival of the black ships. In the summer of 1853, the long peace of the Edo period was shattered by a sight that would burn itself into Japanese memory: a squadron of massive, smoke-belching warships entering Edo Bay. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy, dispatched on a mission to open Japan to the outside world after more than 2 centuries of carefully regulated isolation. Known in Japan as the Black Ships, Kurofune, their arrival marked not only a diplomatic encounter, but also a profound psychological shock. For generations, the Tokugawa shogunate had maintained authority, in part by projecting the idea that Japan was self-sufficient and protected from foreign intrusion. Perry's appearance demonstrated, with stark clarity, that the outside world could no longer be kept at bay. The background to Perry's expedition lay in the rapid expansion of Western power across Asia and the Pacific in the 19th century. The United States, newly industrializing and pursuing overseas trade, sought coaling stations and safe harbors for its whaling fleet, which operated widely in the Pacific. American merchants also hoped to establish commercial ties with Japan, attracted by its strategic location and potential as a market. Diplomatic missions sent earlier had been rebuffed under Tokugawa Sakoku policies, but by the 1852nd, with Western navies equipped with modern steam-powered warships and long-range artillery, the balance of power had shifted decisively. Commodore Perry sailed from Hong Kong with a fleet of 4 ships, 2 steam frigates and 2 sailing vessels, and entered Edo Bay in July 1853. The Japanese, unaccustomed to such machines, were stunned. The ships dwarfed their own coastal vessels, and the sight of smoke rising from engines suggested to many that they were powered by fire itself, almost supernatural in force. On shore, officials scrambled to respond. For centuries, the shogunate had regulated foreign contact through Nagasaki, where the Dutch were confined, and through intermediaries in Korea and Ryukyu. Now foreign warships appeared directly before the capital, demanding negotiation under the threat of bombardment. Perry insisted on delivering a letter from US President Millard Fillmore, addressed to the Emperor of Japan, though in reality it was intended for the shogun's government. The letter demanded the opening of ports for American vessels, safe treatment of shipwrecked sailors, and the establishment of trade relations. Perry refused to travel to Nagasaki, the designated port for foreign interaction, and instead forced the Japanese to receive him at Araga near Edo. His manner was deliberately imposing. He landed with full ceremony, accompanied by a contingent of armed sailors and marines, and delivered the letter with theatrical formality. He then departed, declaring that he would return the following year with an even larger fleet to receive Japan's reply. The shogunate faced a profound dilemma. Militarily, Japan was unprepared to resist. Its coastal defences, though reinforced in earlier decades, were no match for modern naval artillery. Its samurai armies, trained in traditional swordsmanship and limited use of firearms, could not realistically confront steam-powered warships. Yet politically, conceding to foreign demands risked undermining legitimacy. The Tokugawa regime had long justified its authority by ensuring order and independence. To admit foreign intrusion appeared to betray that duty. Debate raged within the government and among daimyo advisors. Some argued for resistance, invoking the slogan "Joy, expel the barbarians." Others, more pragmatic, recognized that defiance would invite destruction and urged compromise. True to his word, Perry returned in February 1854 with an even larger fleet of 9 ships, anchoring once more in Edo Bay. The sheer scale of force left little room for negotiation. After weeks of tense discussion, the shogunate agreed to the Treaty of Kanagawa, signed on the 31st of March, 1854. The treaty opened the ports of Shimoda and Hakodate to American vessels, guaranteed humane treatment for shipwrecked sailors, and established the principle of diplomatic relations between Japan and the United States. Though limited in scope, the treaty ended more than 2 centuries of sakoku. It was soon followed by similar agreements with Britain, Russia, and the Netherlands, inaugurating the era of the unequal treaties. And, quote, "For ordinary Japanese, the arrival of the black ships was a moment of awe and dread. The image of dark, smoke-spewing vessels looming in Edo Bay became a symbol of vulnerability and change. Artists captured the sight in woodblock prints, often emphasizing the scale and foreignness of the ships. Rumors spread of the overwhelming power of Western guns, and fears of conquest ran high. Yet curiosity also grew. The presence of foreigners sparked new interest in Western knowledge, fueling the expansion of Rangaku and the search for ways to strengthen Japan against external threats. Politically, the impact was destabilizing. The shogunate, by signing the Treaty of Kanagawa, demonstrated its inability to maintain Japan's isolation. Critics accused it of weakness, and the slogan "Sono Joy," revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, gained traction among domains dissatisfied with Tokugawa leadership. Some samurai and scholars argued that only by restoring power to the emperor in Kyoto could Japan truly resist foreign encroachment. Others urged rapid adoption of Western technology and reforms to strengthen the country. The black ships thus ignited debates that went far beyond diplomacy, striking at the very foundations of Tokugawa authority. The immediate consequences of Perry's mission seemed modest. 2 ports opened, shipwrecked sailors protected, limited trade allowed, yet the symbolic consequences were immense. Japan could no longer maintain the fiction of isolation. The world had arrived at its doorstep, and the Tokugawa regime had proven incapable of keeping it out. The arrival of the black ships marked the beginning of the end for the shogunate. setting in motion a chain of events that would culminate in the Meiji Restoration little more than a decade later. For centuries, the Tokugawa had preserved order by building walls social, political, and literal around Japan. Perry's black ships demonstrated that those walls could no longer withstand the currents of global change. The smoke rising from their funnels signaled the industrial age. The cannons along their decks heralded imperial expansion, and their sudden presence in Edo Bay forced Japan to face a new reality. The old order, built on isolation and hierarchy, would not survive the encounter. Out of the shock of the black ships, a new Japan would begin to take shape. Unequal treaties and internal unrest. The signing of the Treaty of Kanagawa in 1854 may have seemed a limited concession at first. Just 2 ports open to American ships, assurances of safe treatment for shipwrecked sailors, and the establishment of a consulate. But the symbolic effect was enormous. Japan's long policy of Sengoku had been breached, and once the door was cracked open, other powers rushed through. Within just a few years, Britain, Russia, the Netherlands, and eventually France all secured their own treaties. By 1858, under pressure from American consul Townsend Harris, the Tokugawa shogunate signed the Treaty of Amity and Commerce, which went far beyond Kanagawa. This agreement and its counterparts with European nations became known collectively as the Unequal Treaties, for they granted privileges to foreign powers without reciprocity, undermining Japan's sovereignty and sparking a crisis of legitimacy at home. The terms of these treaties were humiliating by the standards of the time. They opened additional ports, Yokohama, Nagasaki, Hakodate, Kanagawa, and Niigata, to foreign trade. They established fixed low tariffs on imports and exports, stripping Japan of control over its own economic policy. Perhaps most galling of all, they granted extraterritorial rights to foreigners, meaning Westerners in Japan were subject to their own consular courts rather than Japanese law. In effect, Japan lost jurisdiction over foreigners on its soil, a clear sign that it was not considered an equal by the Western powers. For a nation that had long prided itself on sovereignty and independence, these concessions struck at the heart of its self-image. The immediate economic effects were disruptive. The opening of ports created opportunities for trade, but it also destabilized domestic markets. Influxes of foreign silver created inflation, eroding the value of samurai stipends and straining the livelihoods of commoners. Imported goods undercut local production, while Japanese raw materials, such as silk and tea, were drawn into global markets. For some merchants, this new trade brought wealth. For others, it created instability. For the samurai and peasants, already under strain from structural contradictions of the Tokugawa system, the foreign presence added another layer of uncertainty. Politically, the treaties devastated the prestige of the shogunate. For more than 2 centuries, the Tokugawa had claimed legitimacy through their ability to preserve order, defend the country, and maintain autonomy. By conceding to foreign demands, they appeared weak and ineffective. Critics, particularly among the powerful southwestern domains of Satsuma and Choshu, seized on this vulnerability. These domains had long histories of semi-autonomy and suspicion of Edo authority. Now, they framed the shogunate's concessions as betrayals of national dignity. The slogan Sono Joy, "Revere the Emperor, expel the barbarians," emerged as a rallying cry, combining reverence for imperial authority with hostility to foreign intrusion. This slogan revealed another crucial development: the revival of the emperor's role in politics. For centuries, the emperor in Kyoto had been revered as a sacred figure, but wielded little real power. The Tokugawa shoguns had ruled in his name, leaving him largely symbolic. But as the shogunate faltered under foreign pressure, opposition leaders began to elevate the emperor as an alternative source of legitimacy. To resist the treaties and foreign encroachment, they argued, authority should return to the throne. The emperor thus became a focal point for resistance, even though he had not been politically active for generations. This shift laid the ideological groundwork for the Meiji Restoration. Internal unrest intensified in the late 1852 and early 1862. Samurai from disaffected domains began to take direct action, targeting foreigners and officials they deemed complicit in Japan's humiliation. Incidents, such as the Namamugi incident of 1862, in which Satsuma samurai killed a British merchant who failed to show proper deference, provoked foreign retaliation, and underscored the volatility of the situation. Anti-shogunate activists staged assassinations and attacks in Kyoto and Edo, creating a climate of fear and instability. Some domains defied the shogunate outright, refusing to implement its policies or engaging in independent diplomacy. The shogunate itself was divided. Some leaders recognized the need to modernize, adopting Western military technology and shipbuilding in order to strengthen defenses. Others clung to isolationist ideals, insisting that Japan could expel the foreigners if only it mustered enough resolve. The lack of consensus weakened the regime further. Even attempts at reform often backfired, as they alienated traditionalists without satisfying modernizers. The regime appeared trapped, too weak to resist foreign demands, too rigid to adapt fully, and increasingly despised by its own subjects. Meanwhile, the foreign settlements in Yokohama and other treaty ports became symbols of both opportunity and resentment. For some merchants and artisans, they offered access to new markets and goods. For others, they embodied humiliation and disruption. The presence of foreigners, living under their own laws and immune to Japanese jurisdiction, highlighted the erosion of sovereignty. Tensions between Japanese and foreigners occasionally erupted into violence, bringing further foreign reprisals and deepening domestic resentment. By the early 1862, it was clear that the Tokugawa shogunate was losing control of events. Its authority eroded not only in the countryside, where peasant uprisings continued, but also among the samurai elite, many of whom now looked to the emperor or to powerful daimyo as alternatives. Domains such as Satsuma and Choshu began to modernize independently, importing Western arms and ships, training troops in new tactics, and positioning themselves as leaders of resistance to both foreigners and the shogunate. This competition for legitimacy and power would soon culminate in open conflict. The unequal treaties were more than diplomatic agreements. They were catalysts that exposed the vulnerabilities of the Tokugawa system. They revealed that Japan could not remain isolated in a world dominated by industrialized powers. They undermined the prestige of the shogunate, shifting loyalty toward the emperor and radical movements. They disrupted the economy, aggravated social tensions, and set off cycles of violence and resistance. In the process, they transformed what had been a slow decline of Tokugawa authority into a rapid crisis. The black ships had cracked open the door. The unequal treaties pushed it wide. Japan now stood at a crossroads, whether to cling to the old order, risking further humiliation and decline, or to embrace radical transformation. The debate divided domains, families, and individuals, but the direction of history was clear. The Tokugawa shogunate, once the unshakable guardian of peace, had become a regime in retreat, its authority crumbling before both foreign cannons and domestic discontent. The Meiji Restoration, the crises unleashed by the arrival of the black ships and the signing of the unequal treaties, reached their climax in the 1862, when the centuries-old Tokugawa shogunate finally collapsed. What replaced it was not simply a new government, but a profound transformation in Japanese history, the Meiji Restoration. This event marked the restoration of imperial power, but in reality, it was the creation of an entirely new political order, one that sought to modernize Japan rapidly and redefine its place in the world. The Meiji Restoration was both a revolution and a revival, a moment when old symbols of authority were given new meaning, and when a feudal society began its rapid transition into a modern nation-state. The path to restoration was paved by mounting opposition to the Tokugawa regime. By the early 1862, dissatisfaction had reached nearly every stratum of society. Samurai resented the shogunate's weakness in the face of foreign powers, and often found themselves financially ruined by fixed stipends. Merchants, wealthy but officially despised, sought greater recognition. Peasants, burdened by taxes and famines, staged protests, and intellectuals, drawing on both kokugaku, national learning, and rangaku, Dutch learning, criticized the shogunate's reliance on outdated structures. The slogan, Sono Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, captured this mood, channeling discontent into a rallying cry that tied together anti-shogunate sentiment with reverence for the imperial throne. Two domains emerged as the driving forces of opposition: Satsuma in southern Kyushu and Choshu in western Honshu. Both were wealthy, strategically located, and fiercely independent. Both had modernized their militaries by importing Western weapons and training troops in new tactics. At first, Satsuma and Choshu acted independently, sometimes even in rivalry. But by the mid-1862nd, they had formed a powerful alliance, united in their determination to overthrow the Tokugawa. Their leaders, figures such as Saigo Takamori of Satsuma and Kido Takayoshi of Choshu, combined military strength with political vision. They cultivated ties to court nobles in Kyoto who sought greater imperial authority, and they mobilized samurai who were disillusioned with the shogunate. Conflict came to a head in the Boshin War of 1868-1869. After years of mounting pressure, the Tokugawa shogunate, under the leadership of Tokugawa Yoshinobu, attempted reforms to preserve its legitimacy, including modernizing its military and administration. But when Yoshinobu resisted calls to cede power to the emperor, Satsuma and Choshu forces moved decisively. In January 1868, imperial loyalists declared the restoration of imperial rule, placing the young Emperor Meiji, then only 15 years old, at the center of authority. Fighting broke out almost immediately. The key battle came at Toba-Fushimi, near Kyoto, in early 1868. Tokugawa forces, though numerically strong, were poorly coordinated and lacked modern weapons in sufficient numbers. The imperial coalition, by contrast, fielded troops trained in Western tactics and armed with modern rifles and artillery. The shogunate's army collapsed, and Yoshinobu retreated to Edo. Over the following months, resistance continued in parts of the country, but momentum was firmly with the imperial side. By the time Edo itself surrendered peacefully in May 1868, thanks in part to negotiations led by Saigo Takamori, the Tokugawa order was effectively finished. A final holdout of loyalists fled to Hokkaido, declaring the short-lived Republic of Ezo, but they too were defeated in 1869 at the Battle of Hakodate. The victory of the imperial coalition did not simply restore old traditions, it created a new order. The emperor, long a symbolic figure in Kyoto, was now established as the formal sovereign of a modernizing state. In 1869, the court moved from Kyoto to Edo, renamed Tokyo, or Eastern Capital, symbolizing a shift of authority to the new center of power. The emperor, though young, became the unifying symbol around which reformers and modernizers could rally. The actual leadership rested with a group of oligarchs from Satsuma, Choshu, Tosa, and Heian domains, collectively known as the Meiji leaders, who guided policy in the emperor's name. The Meiji Restoration was revolutionary in its consequences. Within a few years, the new government abolished the old feudal system of domains and daimyo, replacing them with a centralized prefectural system. Samurai stipends were commuted into government bonds, effectively dissolving the warrior class as a distinct social group. Class distinctions were formally abolished, opening paths of mobility that had been closed under Tokugawa rule. A conscript army replaced the samurai as the backbone of defense, embodying the principle that all subjects of the emperor owed service to the state. Politically, the Restoration laid the groundwork for modern institutions. The leaders declared their intention to seek knowledge from around the world, sending missions abroad to study Western governments, legal systems, and technologies. The famous Iwakura mission of 1871-1873 dispatched statesmen and students to the United States and Europe, gathering information that would shape reforms at home. Educational systems were expanded, new industries promoted, and Western science integrated into Japanese life. Ideologically, the Restoration redefined the role of the emperor. No longer confined to ritual in Kyoto, he became the living symbol of the nation, embodying both continuity with Japan's ancient traditions and the legitimacy of the new state. This symbolic power allowed the Meiji leaders to undertake radical reforms in the emperor's name, while presenting them as a restoration of rightful order rather than a revolution. In practice, the Restoration was both. It preserved the throne while dismantling the social, political, and economic foundations of Tokugawa Japan. The Meiji Restoration was not without conflict and ambiguity. Former samurai, deprived of their privileges, staged uprisings in the 1872nd, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori himself. Peasants faced new burdens under military conscription and taxation. The transition was neither smooth nor painless, yet the direction was unmistakable. Japan had chosen to abandon the old feudal order and embrace modernization, positioning itself to stand as an equal with Western powers. The overthrow of the Tokugawa Shogunate and the restoration of imperial power in 1868 stand as one of the most dramatic turning points in Japanese history. It marked the end of more than 6 centuries of samurai rule and the beginning of a new national project. Out of the discontent stirred by unequal treaties, economic hardship, and foreign pressure, Japan created a new state that would rapidly industrialize, reform its institutions, and redefine its place in the world. The Meiji Restoration was at once a culmination of the struggles of the late Edo period and the beginning of the modern Japanese nation. Meiji Modernization and industrialization. The overthrow of the Tokugawa Shogunate and the restoration of imperial authority in 1868 set Japan on a path of extraordinary transformation. What followed during the Meiji era was one of the most rapid and comprehensive modernization programs in world history. In just a few decades, Japan moved from a feudal, agrarian society rooted in samurai traditions to an industrialized, centralized nation-state capable of competing with the great powers of the world. This transformation was neither simple nor inevitable. It required bold leadership, painful sacrifices, and a willingness to adapt foreign models while maintaining a distinct national identity. The modernization of the Meiji era fundamentally reshaped Japan's economy, society, politics, and culture. At the heart of modernization was the determination of the new leaders to build a strong, centralized state. The old system of domains, each ruled by a daimyo, had been dismantled soon after the Restoration. In its place, the country was divided into prefectures, directly governed by officials appointed from Tokyo. Daimyo were compensated with government bonds, but their political power was eliminated. The abolition of the samurai class soon followed. Samurai stipends were commuted into bonds, and the carrying of swords in public was gradually banned. By the mid-1872, the warrior class that had dominated Japanese history for centuries ceased to exist as a legally recognized group. A new principle of equality before the state replaced the rigid hierarchies of Tokugawa society. To defend this new state, the government established a conscription army in 1873, requiring service from all able-bodied men. This reform symbolized the end of the samurai monopoly on warfare. Military service became a duty of citizenship, reinforcing the idea of national unity under the emperor. Western military advisors, particularly from France and later Germany, helped organize training, strategy, and discipline. Naval reforms, supported by British expertise, created a modern fleet. The principle was clear: Japan must be able to defend its sovereignty in a world dominated by imperial powers. Modernization also required building a new legal and political framework. Early proclamations declared the government's intention to consult public opinion, and in 1889 the Meiji Constitution was promulgated. Modelled in part on the Prussian system, it established a constitutional monarchy with an elected parliament, the Diet. Sovereignty remained with the emperor, who was declared sacred and inviolable, but the creation of constitutional government gave Japan the appearance, and eventually the reality, of a modern political system. Though the franchise was initially limited, political participation expanded over time, fostering new parties, debates, and movements. Economically, the Meiji state prioritized industrialization. Leaders recognized that without modern industry, Japan could not maintain independence against Western powers. The government initially invested directly in infrastructure, building railways, telegraph lines, shipyards, and factories. The first railway line, linking Tokyo and Yokohama, opened in 1872. Over time, private entrepreneurs, often supported by state subsidies, took over industries, giving rise to powerful business conglomerates known as zaibatsu, such as Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Sumitomo. These groups became engines of economic growth, diversifying into banking, shipping, mining, and manufacturing. Industrialization was accompanied by educational reform. In 1872, a national education system was established, requiring attendance for both boys and girls. Schools taught literacy, arithmetic, science, and moral instruction rooted in loyalty to the emperor. The spread of education was rapid. By the end of the 19th century, Japan had one of the highest literacy rates in the world. Universities were founded to train professionals in law, medicine, engineering, and science. Study abroad was encouraged, and foreign experts were invited to Japan to share knowledge. Education became the foundation of both modernization and national identity. Socially, modernization brought profound changes. The old class system was officially abolished, with samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants now citizens of equal legal status. In practice, inequalities remained, but mobility increased. Former samurai entered government service, business, and the professions. Peasants were transformed into small landholders through reforms that taxed land in money rather than rice, integrating them into a cash economy. Women, though still constrained by patriarchal norms, began to receive education, opening the possibility of broader participation in public life. Culturally, the Meiji period was a time of experimentation and adaptation. Western clothing, architecture, and customs were adopted in urban areas, especially by elites eager to project modernity. Government officials donned Western suits, military officers wore European-style uniforms, and Western-style buildings rose in Tokyo and other cities. At the same time, intellectuals debated how to balance modernization with tradition. Some argued for wholesale adoption of Western models, while others insisted on preserving Japanese values. The compromise that emerged was often described as Japanese spirit, Western technology, Wakon Yosai. This formula captured the Meiji vision, to modernize in order to strengthen the nation without losing cultural identity. The push for modernization was not without resistance. Former samurai, angered by the loss of their privileges, staged uprisings in the 1872. The most famous was the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, once a hero of the Restoration. Despite fierce fighting, the rebellion was crushed by the conscript army, demonstrating the irreversibility of modernization. Peasants also suffered under new land taxes, leading to rural unrest. Yet the overall direction of reform was maintained, driven by the conviction that modernization was essential for national survival. By the late 19th century, Japan had made astonishing progress. Railways linked major cities, factories produced textiles and machinery, and a modern banking system financed growth. The military had been transformed into a disciplined modern force. Education created a literate, skilled population. The political system, though still dominated by oligarchs, incorporated elements of constitutionalism and representation. In less than a generation, Japan had emerged from centuries of isolation to stand as a modern nation-state. This transformation had international consequences. Japan was no longer content to be a passive participant in the world order. It sought to renegotiate the unequal treaties, proving that it was now the equal of Western powers. It also began to pursue imperial ambitions of its own, eyeing Korea, Taiwan, and other territories as part of its national strategy. Modernization was not only about defense, but also about asserting Japan's place on the global stage. The Meiji era stands as a testament to the determination of a nation to transform itself in the face of external threat. It was not an easy or painless process. Traditional ways of life were disrupted, social tensions flared, and the pace of change was staggering, but the results were undeniable. In a matter of decades, Japan had accomplished what many thought impossible: the creation of a modern, industrialized, centralized state from the foundations of a feudal society. The modernization of Meiji Japan was not merely an internal development, but a turning point in world history. It marked the rise of a non-Western power that could compete with Europe and America on their own terms. The legacy of the Meiji Reforms would shape Japan's trajectory for the next century, fueling both its remarkable achievements and the darker ambitions of empire. For the moment, however, the focus was clear: build a strong nation, preserve independence, and prove that Japan could stand among the great powers of the modern age. Japan, as an emerging empire, by the closing decades of the 19th century, Japan's rapid modernization had already astonished the world. In just one generation after the Meiji Restoration, the country had dismantled its feudal order, built railways and factories, introduced universal education, established a modern constitution, and created a conscript army and navy modelled on European powers. Yet for the Meiji leaders, modernization was never an end in itself. It was a means to secure national independence in an age of imperialism, when Western empires were carving up much of Asia and Africa. To survive and be respected, Japan concluded, it too would need to demonstrate strength, not only through industry and reform at home, but also through power and expansion abroad. The result was the emergence of Japan as an imperial power, recognized globally after a series of wars that announced its arrival on the world stage. The first major test came in Korea, long a tributary state of Qing China. For centuries, Japan had maintained a cautious relationship with the Korean peninsula, but by the late 19th century, its strategic importance became undeniable. Korea lay just across the Sea of Japan, offering both security concerns and economic opportunity. Reformers in Japan argued that controlling, or at least influencing Korea, was essential for national defense. If Western powers or China dominated it, Japan would be vulnerable. Tensions escalated in the 1892nd, when reformist elements in Korea sought Japanese support to modernize and weaken Chinese influence. The resulting conflict between Japan and China erupted into the First Sino-Japanese War in 1894. The war was brief but decisive. Japan's modernized army and navy, though new, proved far more effective than China's antiquated forces. Victories on land in Korea and Manchuria, and at sea in the Battle of the Yalu River, demonstrated the success of Japan's modernization programs. In 1895, the Treaty of Shimonoseki ended the war, granting Japan Taiwan and the Pescadores Islands, recognizing Korean independence, and providing a large indemnity. For the first time, a non-Western nation had defeated a major Asian empire in modern warfare. The victory shocked observers around the world and established Japan as a rising power, yet it also revealed the limits of its autonomy. Under pressure from Russia, Germany, and France in the so-called Triple Intervention, Japan was forced to return control of the Liaodong Peninsula, including Port Arthur, which it had seized. The humiliation inflamed public opinion and deepened Japan's determination to expand its power further. The next confrontation came with Russia, which was expanding into East Asia as part of its imperial ambitions. Russia occupied Port Arthur in 1898 and sought dominance in Manchuria and Korea, directly threatening Japan's interests. After years of tense negotiations, war broke out in 1904. The Russo-Japanese War became one of the defining conflicts of the early 20th century. Once again, Japan's modernized forces demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. The Japanese Navy, under Admiral Togo Heihachiro, destroyed the Russian fleet at Port Arthur, and later achieved a stunning victory at the Battle of Tsushima in 1905, annihilating the Russian Baltic Fleet after its long voyage around the world. On land, Japanese forces won crucial battles in Manchuria, though at heavy cost. The war ended with the Treaty of Portsmouth, mediated by US President Theodore Roosevelt. Japan secured control over Korea, gained rights in southern Manchuria, and acquired the southern half of Sakhalin Island. More importantly, Japan had defeated a major European power, something no Asian nation had ever accomplished in the modern era. The victory established Japan as a global power, admired and feared in equal measure. Across Asia, it inspired anti-colonial movements, proving that a non-Western state could resist and defeat Western imperialism. Within Japan, it fueled pride, nationalism, and a growing belief in the country's destiny as a great power. Even before the Russo-Japanese War, Japan had begun consolidating control over Korea. In 1905, Korea was declared a Japanese protectorate, and in 1910 it was formally annexed, beginning a colonial rule that would last until 1945. Taiwan, acquired in 1895, was also integrated as a colony, administered with a mix of modernization projects and strict control. These expansions marked Japan's transition from a nation defending its sovereignty to one pursuing empire in its own right. The ideals of modernization, railways, schools, industry were extended to colonies, but always within a framework of domination. The rise of Japan as an empire was not limited to military achievements. Diplomatically, it sought recognition as an equal among Western powers. In 1902, Japan signed the Anglo-Japanese alliance with Britain, marking the first time a Western power entered into a formal alliance with an Asian state on equal terms. This alliance boosted Japan's prestige and secured its strategic interests. Economically, Japan expanded its industries, focusing on textiles, shipbuilding, and later heavy industry, ensuring it could sustain military and colonial ventures. Culturally, the victory over Russia and the consolidation of empire fueled intense debates about identity. Was Japan merely imitating the West, or was it forging its own path as a modern yet distinctly Asian power? The costs of empire, however, were significant. The wars of the 1892nd and 1902 consumed resources and lives, straining the population. Taxes rose, and social tensions persisted, particularly in rural areas where peasants still bore heavy burdens. The new political system, while constitutional in form, remained dominated by oligarchs and military leaders, limiting popular participation. Critics questioned the sacrifices demanded by expansion, even as nationalists celebrated victory. Still, by the early 20th century, Japan had accomplished what no other Asian nation had. It had joined the ranks of the world's great powers. It possessed colonies, alliances, and a modern military. It had renegotiated the unequal treaties, restoring tariff autonomy and jurisdiction over foreigners. It had transformed from an isolated feudal state into a participant in global politics, admired, emulated, and feared. The Meiji project of modernization had succeeded beyond the wildest expectations of its founders. The emergence of Japan as an empire was both a culmination and a beginning. It culminated the efforts of the Meiji leaders to secure independence through strength, proving that modernization was not a hollow exercise, but a strategy that delivered tangible power. Yet it also began a new era, one in which Japan's ambitions would extend far beyond defense to active expansion, with consequences that would shape Asia and the world in the 20th century. By 1910, Japan stood transformed. The emperor presided over a modern state, industry thrived, the military was respected globally, and colonies expanded its reach. But beneath the triumph lay questions. How far should Japan's ambitions extend? Could it balance modernization with tradition, empire with equality, power with justice? These questions would dominate the decades to come, as Japan moved from rising power to regional hegemon, and ultimately into the storms of the 20th century's global conflicts. Our long journey through the history of Japan has now reached its conclusion. From the earliest Jomon settlements on the islands, through the rise of emperors and shoguns, the wars of the Sengoku, the peace of the Tokugawa, and the whirlwind of Meiji Modernization, we have traced a story that spans thousands of years. It is a story of resilience, reinvention, and the capacity of a people to preserve their identity even while adapting to immense change. But now, the pace slows. There are no more battles to fight, no more treaties to sign, no more reforms to debate. The voices of daimyo and samurai, peasants and merchants, emperors and reformers grow quieter as we step back. The sounds of marching armies and bustling Edo streets fade into memory. In their place, you might picture something simpler. A quiet shoreline, waves lapping gently as the tide recedes, carrying away the echoes of centuries. The lights of Japan's great cities, Edo, Osaka, Kyoto, Tokyo, dim softly in the distance, leaving behind a hush that belongs only to the night. The gardens of temples are still, gravel paths untouched, lanterns faintly glowing, shadows stretching across moss and stone. In this calm, the sweep of history feels less like a torrent and more like a slow river, flowing steadily onward. As we leave behind the chronicles of emperors and shoguns, remember that history is not only about power and conquest, it is also about continuity. Families planting rice, children learning to read, artisans shaping wood and clay, generations carrying traditions forward. These small, enduring acts are what give history its heartbeat. And so, as you rest, let those rhythms accompany you, quiet, steady, reassuring. The storms of centuries are behind us. The night is yours now. Breathe deeply. Let the weight of time slip away and surrender to rest.